You are at a
Welcome
seriously
to
high.
the
Fuck.
Geeky Gamer Podcast. We're super professional, always on time at 7:18 EST. That's the when I said that we would go live last week, I think. I would like to welcome everyone to this podcast. Say hello and give a special thanks to our Patreon, Tim Roberts, Daniel Hulker, and Nostalgic for keeping us going. Couchfire Media for the art and media, and Trois Replay Productions for like everything else, I guess.
Yeah, whatever they do.
And such. And tonight we have a superstar guest, Bill Allan, which I hope I spelled his name right. And
You
That's
did.
got 2 L's.
You did. Congratulations. 2 A's, 2 L's.
there we go.
Thanks, guys. I'm happy to be here so far. We'll see how
Thus far.
this goes.
Yeah. When we get our gotcha journalism going,
These
maybe
ginger shoes
maybe not. I thought you said
really-
you were
I couldn't
not
resist.
You were gonna not. I mean, I said I wasn't gonna drink this episode because the last
we're
time
definitely gonna-
2 weeks ago, but here we go, down the rabbit hole again.
Dude, the Facebook is working really well, and it has closed captioning.
Yeah,
Nice.
technology's
What?
great.
What? It's awesome. Badass. Right on Facebook. It's the one good thing they do.
Yeah, I'm gonna-
Right. So the Geeky Gamer Podcast, we talk about geeky gamer shit, cybersecurity. It's a big old catch-all, storytelling, etc. Bill.
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to introduce everyone else and then you.
Excellent. Proceed, sir.
Hey, Ken, who are you?
I'm Ken. I run Elements of Couch Fire Media, all lowercase letters. I was a journalist at one point in time, but I don't know what I am now. We are delving into the land of all that is geeky, and I'm along for the ride with Bill and Hulker. Hulker, who are you?
Yeah.
My name is Daniel, and my day job is finding sponsors for this podcast every week.
Have yet to pay you for it.
Yeah, they have yet to pay you either, so they keep telling me it will.
Yep. And Bill, who are you, sir?
This Bill?
That Bill.
I am Bill Allan. I am I'm a teacher, and I'm a YouTuber. God, I hate that.
YouTuber, dude.
It sounds so. Yeah. So I actually teach high school media, film and television production. I started doing video in the early '80s. My older brother got into it in high school, and then I kind of became his lackey, and I just carried shit around for him and helped him out with his videos. And then I eventually, made dumb videos with my friends, and it was kind of a fun thing that I liked doing. And I didn't realize until my senior year of college, when I was originally an English major, that I didn't want to be an English major. So I failed.
Wow.
I failed out of college. And when I got my shit together, I decided to go back to school and be a film major, which I did. I worked in the Chicago film industry for 5 years. Then I transferred out of that into the television side of things. I worked for Comcast in the programming department, mostly on live sports, studio shows, some news, that kind of stuff. Did that for 5 years. And then when I kind of hit the ceiling there and my wife was itching to start a family, I realized that I was not making enough money to raise a family. So I went back to school at her behest, got my teaching certificate, and lucked into a job. So imagine that you work in film and television, you go back to school to be an English teacher, and then you hear through the grapevine that the guy at your old high school is retiring. So I went in, I met with the director of curriculum, got a tour, hadn't been in my old high school in years. And after the tour, I asked him, I said, so what are you looking for in a good candidate? He said, ideally somebody who is a English teacher, because the media course is an elective under the English umbrella.
Wow.
Bing, right? Somebody who has experience doing live video production and, managing a studio. Bing. Somebody who knows how to manage and program a cable channel, because our high school has its own cable channel. Bing, right? I did that with Comcast. Somebody who knows how to do field production and editing. Boom. And then maybe somebody who is familiar with live multicam production truck. And I had been in charge of 2 of those for Comcast. So I looked him dead ass in the eye and I said, Scott, I'm pretty sure I'm the only guy in the state who has all those qualifications.
Doors opening, man.
Yeah.
Nice.
So call it fortune, fate, luck, blessings, whatever you believe in. I consider myself all those things because I basically got a job teaching what I did professionally, which I love. And I'm passing that knowledge on to the next generation, and I get to do it still. So I'm not a normal teacher. I don't get summers off. I'm a 12-month employee because I'm part administrator, part teacher. So I actually go out and work the production. So I'm not only teaching the kids, but 3-4 nights a week, I'm there till 9 or 10 o'clock at night doing live sports or concerts or whatever else we have on the production. So I'm kind of like a coach who still gets to suit up and play the game. But you guys aren't here. You're not here for that story.
Actually, we're going to do a follow up on that question.
That kind of blows me away.
Yeah,
I feel like we have. I have a similar history. I don't teach anybody anything. I think I do a good job of helping people unlearn rather than learn.
Must unlearn what you have learned.
Unlearn everything that you've learned. Do you? I would like to ask a question. Do you have what's your favorite go-to gear? Like, what is a piece of gear that you don't like leaving your
So when I got here in 2006, it was a well-established program. However, most of the equipment that was here was the same shit that was here in 1989 when I was a student. So they had a production truck, they had a studio, but they were using literally SVHS, linear editing systems that were there from the 80s. The lights on the grid were all from the 80s. The cameras, everything in the truck and everything in the studio was all 80s and early 90s stuff. So I had to work really hard to convince the school that I actually knew what I was doing. And I put together a 5-year vision basically and a budget plan to get us into, the 21st century.
Literally.
And by 2010 we had achieved that. So we went from 3 linear editing suites to a Mac lab. And I tell people all the time, it's not that I'm like an Apple lemming. I tell my students and their parents, I say, I got the Macs because if you go into the creative industry, whether it's on the sound side of things or, video editing, color correction, compositing, any of the special effects stuff, doesn't matter what software they're using, but they're likely doing it on Macs. And it was not an easy sell to the school because they're used to buying cheap, $400 Dells. And the business director at the time, almost did a spit take with his coffee when he looked at my numbers. But I would say I'm very proud of our lab. We have had now 3 generations of Macs. So 2010 was the first generation of Macs. I think I did an update in 2015 or 16, and then this past year we just did an update. So
sure. And the newest Macs, not to push them or anything, but I'm really impressed with the M.
Dude, they are hot rod. And I tell the kids, I go, hey, listen, we are the only Mac lab in this school, and it's a big high school, you guys. There's 4,000 students.
Oh, nice.
That is a big ass high
school. And we're the only Mac lab, and I tell them, I go, treat my machines with respect, because they're like, if you were taking driver's ed, it'd be like handing the keys to a Lamborghini to a kid. Like, these are professional machines. They're Mac Studios that are maxed out on processors, RAM, video cards. Whoa. They're hot rod. And
that's the opposite of my I like the Mac Studio with the bare minimum is the way I went, and it very effective.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that,
but you need that for that, because you do a lot of content. You need that power.
So the kids in the class, they're mostly shooting with DSLRs, and basically what I do is I take a semester of photography and jam it into a 3-week boot camp. But I tell them that's important because I'm teaching them photography because they're using photo cameras that also happen to shoot really good video, so that they have manual control, so that they learn how to use all the settings manually, so that they understand the value and importance of different lenses and what you use and why you use it and when you choose to use certain lenses, so that they get like more of a cinematic look, And I even kind of do some taste tests with them where I have them shoot some stuff with their phones, and then I have them shoot stuff with our cameras, and then I have them try to shoot other things that I know their phones can't do, just to flex. So they, kind of learn the importance of that. But basically in one semester, they learn photography, video, editing. We edit on Macs. The software we use is Blackmagic DaVinci Resolve.
Yeah. Nice.
Since I've been here, since 2006, we have gone through Avid, Final Cut, Adobe Premiere, and now we're on DaVinci Resolve. And I tell the kids, Resolve is probably, of all of those suites, the most profoundly awesome software that I've found, because it works on Macs, PCs, and even Linux boxes, number one. Number two, the free version will do virtually anything that you need to do. Virtually anything. And I mean, we do some pretty robust projects with the free version. And if you wanted to go pro, it's only $300 for a in perpetuity license. That means every update after you buy that license is free.
What's the name of the software again?
Resolve.
DaVinci Resolve.
Yeah, DaVinci Resolve.
Blackmagic.
It's awesome.
Yeah, Resolve is sexy. It also fucking sucks.
Well, maybe that's the user. And when you're trying to run Resolve on your mighty 2015 MacBook Air, I feel like you're asking a lot.
Shut your whore mouth. Listen, buddy, it's a 2013. Okay.
I'll tell you,
I didn't.
It is. So one of the reasons why I love it is because if you have a machine that's got muscle, it's not throttled.
Like scaled.
Like a lot of other nonlinear editing software throttles your machine's capabilities at a certain level. Resolve will be a hog. It will use all the RAM. Like if you let it, and with Premiere you can kind of adjust your settings based on your computer's performance.
Can't stand Premiere either, man.
Yeah. But I mean, I tell my students, I say it doesn't matter what you learn on. Learn the foundational stuff. Because if you become a good editor, those skills will transfer over. Like I literally have never had a class ever in my life on Avid, Premiere, Final Cut, or Resolve. It was all self-taught. And when kids ask me questions, very specific, like editing questions, and I don't know the answer, I literally just tell them, look it up on YouTube.
Go to YouTube.
And they inevitably they find out, and not just like minor things, like I had a kid ask me how to do lightsabers, like how to do rotoscoping on Resolve. Now, I vaguely remembered how to do it on Adobe After Effects, but like I was like, dude, I have no idea. Look it up. And he did, and he made a lightsaber video.
And it was good. Yeah, it transferred. I mean, it was good as the effort and skill that he had to do.
And that's kind of part of my philosophy on teaching too, is like I teach them all the basics. It's a repeatable elective. So I get a lot of kids who take it over and over, who are really serious about film or television. and I just up the scale and create, more challenges. And at that point, I go less teacher and more coach. I'm kind of guiding them to pursue different things that I know will force them to learn independently. What
do you do instead of another geek question? What do you do instead of Photoshop? If you're not using Photoshop, what is
I still use Photoshop. Some of the kids use Photoshop because the school has the educational license, like a site license, basically.
Yeah.
So they can, while they're students, they can access the Creative Cloud software packages. So some of them do use After Effects, some of them use Photoshop. A lot of them just use
Canva. Have access to Premiere, but decide to use DaVinci even though you have that ability. That's interesting. All right.
So, true story though, DaVinci Resolve didn't start off as a editing suite. It actually started off.
It was color correction. Yeah.
Right. So, but because Blackmagic is a genius company, they just bought up all this other shit and merged it into a suite that includes everything, right? So like I tell people, with just the free version of Resolve, you get the equivalent of Adobe Premiere, Adobe After Effects, Adobe Audition, because Fairlight, the sound suite, like you can mix a band. You can mix and master a whole band. If you want
Absolutely.
To. So it's really robust.
We use Blackmagic for switching.
Yeah.
In this, and OBS, which is free.
Yes. So, but I didn't even answer your original question. So we have had Sony cameras. We've had Panasonic cameras.
Yeah.
We've had big pro broadcast cameras for our truck and our studio, and we've used crappy camcorders over the years. At this point, and Canon. We have Canon DSLR. So we've kind of had everything. But it was never just like mix and match. It was usually kind of I'd lay out a plan. We'd purchase a bunch of gear. It would last us for 5 to 7 years, sometimes, and as technology does. But in 2018, 17, God, what is time?
Time is a flat circle.
Yeah. Time. Who knows what time it is right now? I think that's good.
I want to say it was 2017. We maybe 2016. I had seen Blackmagic stuff and heard about Blackmagic, but it always, anytime I talked to anybody in the industry about it, they're like, yeah, it's cool, but, and there was always a but. There was always like some functionality issue, or, it always required like firmware updates before it worked. So I was kind of hesitant.
Those Ursus are really good.
So we were at the National Association of Broadcasters conference in Las Vegas. And by we, I mean me and my student. So the first trip I took to the NAB show was in 2011. I had a group of 5 kids. And I did it. I've done it 8 times now. But we were at this show, and there was a networking event at the Cosmopolitan. And I wanted to go because there's a DSLR filmmaker and cinematographer named Shane Hurlbut, who is he's kind of like the first serious cinematographer to ever use DSLRs like in an actual movie, right? And he was kind of ahead of the game. So I tell the kids, like, after dinner we're gonna walk over to this thing. There's a whole bunch of famous people and cinematography people and industry people that I want to meet and talk to. We get there, and it's in the bar of the Cosmo. So in Vegas, like, teenagers can't go anywhere. There's cameras and security everywhere. So I was like, oh man, I'm sorry, you guys. I didn't realize in the bar. I was like, just wait here. Let me go say hi to a couple.
Let me go gamble a little bit. Yeah, I get
I was like, just wait
throw
here.
Some down.
I'll be back in a few hours.
I walk over, I'm talking to some people, and then I'm like, all right, it's been 5 minutes. I got to go. I got all these kids waiting. I walk back, and they're like talking to industry people. And they're like swapping business cards. And these industry people were like, what college has brought you here? And the kids were like, I'm not in college. I'm in high school. And these industry guys were like blown away by the fact that these kids were at the NAB show. And for those who don't know, the NAB show is the largest industry event in the world for film and television. It takes over the entire Las Vegas Convention Center, inside and out.
It's called NAB.
Yeah, NAB, National Association of Broadcasters.
So hold on, wait. So the high schoolers had business cards?
My high schoolers did.
Yeah, you were a step ahead of the game.
You guys had. Hold up.
I don't even have business cards.
Wait a second.
So yeah.
Wait a second. Hold on. Wait a second. What kind of high school is this?
I mean, it's a big one.
This is a public school.
Yeah, it's a public high school. Like I said, there's 4,000 kids. Now, the funny thing is at this massive public high school with 4,000 kids, I would say my average head count every year is about 40 kids. So like 1% of this high school, and we produce around 150 to 200 programs every year. So 3 or 4 days a week, we're doing live productions with our truck, whether it's the sports. We pretty much shoot all the boys and girls sports. We have shows in our studio. They do projects in the class and outside of the class. We shoot all the, band, choir, jazz band, orchestra, all that stuff, assemblies, and we do community programs too. So we're a pretty robust station. And
you have business cards.
Yeah.
So hold on a second. Wait. Do you mean the program at the high school has business cards? You're like, hey kids, have these, or are they like I'm camera operator. This is my high school name. Like,
so LTTV.
This blows my mind. All right,
I was the name of the program.
I was like 35 when I got business cards. Okay,
yeah, we had. I mean, we basically had business cards. We have shirts. We have crew shirts.
Shirts
even the way that I just the organization itself, the student leadership component of it is not really like a normal club. It's It is the way that I organize. Most clubs in a high school, they have president, vice president, secretary, treasurer.
Sure.
I eliminated that, and we have departments. So we have
a very communist
directors. Yeah. So we have departments, sports, music, performing arts, news, creative services, technical operations, public relations, all that stuff. So they take themselves seriously because they have to earn that trip to Vegas. There have been a few years where I didn't take them because they sucked. And
I told them, suits and shit?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wait, really?
I'll tell you, all right, so that I'm not foolish. How do I send you a link that you could play? Because
Discord.
Just put it on the Discord.
Yeah, the little chat.
Whatever you got.
Okay, hold on a second. I gotta rewind a little bit. So
is that on your
NAB?
YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube, or it's on YouTube and Facebook. So NAB, NAB. That's the thing in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I just messaged it to you, Ken.
And we're big proponents of black magic. Okay, I get all that. Your high school students have business cards and they wear suits. Cool. Are you able to tell us what state are we talking about? Because I'm from Kentucky and motherfuckers don't have business cards in Kentucky. Okay.
This is in LaGrange, Illinois. So we're a suburb. We're a near southwest suburb,
Illinois,
of Chicago.
Chi-town.
Yep. So we're I don't know, maybe 10 miles southwest of the city. So it's one of the near southwest suburbs.
What'd you say, Holker?
Is it near was it Oshawa or Ottawa? No.
No, Ottawa's a good drive. That's a little bit country. I know where Ottawa is, but that's about 45 minutes to an hour southwest of the city.
Yeah, but how long does it take you to get to 1982 Detroit?
Detroit.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Take a left at Cthulhu.
That might be
to get down there.
Yeah,
oh,
wow. We were at this convention, post-convention meetup at the Cosmo. I come back, the kids are networking with pros, which was awesome. So we ended up staying for a little while, and they were giving out door prizes, free prizes to people who attended. There's a guy standing up on a booth giving out the door prizes. He sees my student Sean, and Sean is wearing cut off sleeves Operation Ivy T-shirt and like a ratchet jean jacket.
Nice.
He's kind of like a punk rock kid. And this guy's like, he sees Sean's T-shirt and he's like, Operation Ivy. He's like, I love that band. And Sean's like, yeah, me too, man. And like, the guy's like, where do you go to college? And he's like, I don't go to college. I go to high school. And the guy's like, what the fuck? Seriously? And he's like, yeah. So he tells him the story. The guy is enthralled. He can't believe this, right? So he comes over to me after he gives out the prizes and he goes, I'm Terry Frechette. This guy ends up being the global director of communications for Blackmagic Design.
Whoa.
Nice. He goes, I want you guys to come to the booth tomorrow. He's like, I want to tell, everybody else at Blackmagic about I want to know more about your program. So the next day at the convention, we go. He brings us backstage to like the private client meeting area. We get a sit down. He's talking to the students. He brings in like two, union camera people, like cinematographers, to talk with the kids. It was amazing, right?
Do they reveal any secrets about black magic?
Yeah.
That it sucks.
I'm excited. I'm like, this is great. What a great opportunity.
Come on. That's awesome. That's crazy. It's
and then he's like, yeah, let's keep in touch. I'm like, totally. So we exchange cards, right?
Then you didn't.
But that's what I thought. I thought he's like, oh, he's just being nice. No,
right.
He follows up, right? So a few months later, he hits me up. He says, hey, do you have time this afternoon for a call? I'm like, yeah, sure. So he calls me at the studio, and I'm like, what's up, Terry? He goes, hey, listen, we're sponsoring a streaming event, and we're going to ship a streaming event, like a stream.
I see.
Like what we do.
We're sponsoring a stream. We're going to ship the equipment and send one of our guys, our tech guys, but we kind of need a crew. He's like, do you know anybody in Indiana? And I was like,
yes.
Yeah.
High schoolers that'll drive there.
Right. I'm like, kind of. But I'm like, we're pretty close to Indiana. Where is it? He goes, it's in Indianapolis. I go, that's not too far away. What's the event? He's like, it's called GenCon. He's like, do you know what that is? I was like,
you're like, no, never heard of it.
No, this is literally what I said on the phone. I go, Terry, I have a fucking D&D tattoo on my arm. I know what GenCon is. Like, what, when, and where. So he gives us the details. Very much longer story short. We went to GenCon in 2017, not knowing that was GenCon 50. So it was a big to do, right?
Yeah, the dragon and everything.
Yeah, the intent was just to show up and work as the crew for this live stream, and that was it. We ended up, dude, we did the live stream, we killed it. The guy from Blackmagic was like, you guys are amazing. He's like, I don't want to take this shit back, so here, just have some free stuff. He gave us a switcher, a camera, a recorder, a whole bunch of
that's
five grand worth of stuff.
And you just got job security. Wow.
Yeah. So then he's like, do you want to shoot more stuff? Like, we need B-roll. We need, I was like, hell yeah. So
we need free labor.
We're basically we basically got media credentials. We're walking around Gen Con doing interviews. We're everywhere, right? The next night, Geek and Sundry and Alpha have this combo private after party. They rented out an entire bar in downtown Indy.
As they do.
And they're like, do you want to go and cover it? I was like, dude, I'm not a news guy. I'm like, but okay. So the kids can't go because it's a bar, obviously. So I had them stay with the chaperone at the hotel. But me and one of my main tech guys took the gear and we brought it. We figured we just, shoot some highlights. Get there, they have a backdrop. And the woman organizing the event from Geek and Sundry goes, our photographer just bailed. Would you guys be able to do anything?
Who's the woman?
Do you
remember her name?
I don't remember her name.
This is 2017, you say?
But again, because I'm not full of shit, there's a video about this on my channel.
Sure.
So we end up literally becoming the step and repeat crew. So my guy Dave's on the camera. We had the lights, we had the microphone, and I'm hosting the red carpet, literally interviewing all these, celebrities of the gaming industry that are at this after party, which was hilarious because most of them were hammered.
Oh yeah, of course. But wait, really quick, hold on. What year is this?
2017.
So 2017. So did you see the Critical Role people?
Yes.
Because I think they were still a part of Geek and Sundry at that point. I think.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. Actually, I'm almost 100% positive.
If you want to fast forward how this rolls out, 2017 was a raging success. The next year, they wanted us to go and do it again. The year after that, we did it again, and Luke Gygax wanted us to go do GaryCon.
Is Luke Gygax Gary Gygax's son?
Yes.
Okay,
So-
really quick. Hold on. Whoa, hold. We need to talk about what GenCon is in brief. For anyone, I mean, people who are listening to this probably know, but just in case people are like, "What the fuck's a GenCon?" What's a GenCon?
GenCon was the Geneva Convention held in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Which, if you don't know your D&D history, that is where TSR was started.
Do you know what TSR stands for?
Tactical Studies Rules.
Oh,
I'm older than all of you, probably.
Oh.
But yes,
or at our age at the very least.
TSR, was started there. GenCon was a gaming convention, mostly wargaming, but it evolved over the years.
Chainmail, right?
Yeah, chainmail. So there's another video from that same 2017 that me and my guy Dave shot and edited. Because at GenCon 50 there was a historical retrospective, and they had in the Lucas Oil Stadium, on the floor of the Lucas Oil Stadium in Indy, they had a whole mock-up of all of the historical things of GenCon. And a big part of that was a group of guys called the Legends of Wargaming. Some of them are OGs who played those games in the late 60s and early 70s. Some of them are like the sons of or buddies of those guys who are, in their 50s or 60s. And then there's some young bloods that are like in their 30s and 40s. But they had all that stuff set up, dude. They had big, huge tables, sand tables with, miniature war setups and dunes and stuff. They had chainmail. They had all these games.
Fucking nerds.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. The coolest part is there's a guy named Paul Stormberg, who I call the lore keeper, because this dude knows everyone. He knows all the OGs, and I'm guessing Paul's age is somewhere in the mid to late 50s. Okay, so he's not that much older than me, but he grew up with all these guys, so he kind of knows all these guys, and he's kept it alive. He's kept the lore alive. So he's part of this group, and I walked up to this guy not knowing who he was, told him what we were doing, and asked him if he'd be willing to take us on a tour, and he was. So I literally just emceed it and let this guy talk, and it was like the most epic overview of the history of gaming.
Really quick, Bill. I want to introduce Andrea since she just dropped in. Andrea, really quick, do you want to introduce yourself? We all introduced ours, just in the brief.
Yeah. I am a regular player on our weekly stream sessions, be that D&D or strictly DreadLore. And I've been a gamer basically all my life of all different sorts. Mostly like strategy games or RPGs, stuff I could play by myself since up until recently, I didn't have very good internet, so.
Some tactical gaming too.
Yeah.
We know you're into Airsoft. We already know.
That's true. I mean, I guess it's gaming. It's just, it hurts me to say that. Like
LARPing, right?
I guess.
Anyway, Andrea, we are with Bill Allan, who knows a whole lot about all the geeky gaming stuff, and apparently has been in some interesting situations. Met some interesting people, and that's what we're talking about. Loves black magic.
I do. So, and the whole, the funny thing is even after we met Terry, even after we did GenCon for Black Magic, we weren't 100% on that bandwagon quite yet. But as we started to kind of explore this stuff,
I would have been shit. They gave you like $2,000 or $3,000 of equipment.
Well, so I'll tell you to date, They have donated about 20 grand worth of gear to my high school program.
Wow.
Which is really cool for a company. I mean, I know it's a tax write-off for them, but at the same time, like, the fact is that everybody that I've dealt with at Blackmagic, like, truly
has been cool.
Is invested in the education of the next generation of kids learning about media stuff, and that's been immense. Like, they have, online groups that are very engaged and willing to help people. So we have over time kind of gone in that direction. So our current studio is 100% Blackmagic.
They honeydicked you. They honeydicked you.
They kind of did. I mean, we have 8 Blackmagic 4K studio cameras, and I think 2 of them were donated by Blackmagic. The other ones we bought on our own to kind of round out our stuff. We
That's
have
awesome.
Blackmagic 4K Studio switcher, Blackmagic 4K recorders, the shuttles that are roll index or recorders. They kind of multi-purpose. And our truck is, the cameras are black. So we have
and what's the address of where you keep all this?
Fort Knox, bitch. No. It's like I said, I mean, we're very, I consider us very fortunate. I'm also
awesome.
really good at writing and articulating the need for things. So a lot of our stuff is, not even a lot, dude. Like, the vast majority of our stuff is either donated or grant funded. So I tell the parents, like, every time there's an open house, I say, yeah, and all of this amazing stuff didn't cost you any of your tax money. So we're actually one of very few programs that are kind of financially solvent. And I chalk a lot of that up to, the willingness to have supporters and to work on grants, and, my administration being able to help me get grants for things that I need for the program.
Yeah, I would like to say that I, in looking through your production, your videos, you definitely have some pretty good production value.
Yeah, I mean, now the funny thing is like the stuff on my channel. So, like, I've had people over the years ask, like, do you force these kids to play D&D? No, it's all voluntary in front of the camera and behind. So the kids in the class, there's also a club. So, basically kids can produce programs, right? Or produce videos. So whatever their kind of interest is, there is an avenue for them to pursue those things. And we've had student produced shows about, all the standard stuff like sports and music, but we have a show called Tuscan Radio that is literally a Star Wars nerd fan show. And these kids work their asses off to plan a show every week. Like, they do their research, they have like a whole rundown script, and they're tight. Like, they've really worked hard. And ironically, I didn't even think about this until just now, that group of kids met working on the crew for GenCon 2022.
Wow.
So,
really
yeah, and the GenCon relationship has been great, not just with Blackmagic, but with GenCon. They have really.
Are you a Star Wars or Star Trek? By the way,
I mean, honestly, more Star Wars. I like old Star Trek, But if you gave me trivia, I would totally bomb on Star Trek.
Okay.
Really quick, I wanna pull in some Holker and Andrea vibes.
Yeah.
Holker, who's our sponsor for tonight?
Tonight's sponsor is a broken gutter. This broken gutter is unable to stop water from drenching your front porch during an intense downpour of rain. This gutter is also full of leaves and a dead bird, but you won't clean it out, because cleaning gutters is less fun than whatever you got off of the most recent Steam summer sale and going to a bar afterwards. This broken gutter is also fairly sharp around the edges and will likely cut you if you try and clean it out yourself. Since there isn't any rain forecasted over the next few days, you will just forget about it until you try to walk out of your front door when it rains next and realize that it is still there.
That literally describes the back gutter of my house, and it is a
What
vexing
the
predicament.
heck? What was that one, Ken?
Just one of the many. I've got so many. It was just like rock and roll. It's the rock and roll, and I feel like I'm in the band Styx or like some other
Lord.
mega superstar.
Andrea, have you been to GenCon before?
I have not. It's been one of those things that's like, I've talked about going, but then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's next week. Oh shit, I don't have time or the money.
Yeah. Have you been? But you've been to cons before, though, haven't you?
Oh yeah. LexCon.
Lexicon. Lexicon in
Yeah.
Lexington, Kentucky.
Yep. That's
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I've been to that one.
That's
Because
our
we
backyard.
did that together. But I also went to Lexington Comic and Toy Convention in downtown. I mostly am into the. Are you familiar with the Mandalorian Mercs? Have you heard of them before? It's a Star Wars costuming club.
Oh, okay.
So I do a lot of that kind of stuff. Mandalorian armor and all that good stuff. So I've been to a lot of comic book conventions and stuff, but I've not been to too many gaming conventions.
We have a group in the Chicago area. What are they? 501st.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so they have come out to my convention twice, I think, and it's awesome. They go all in. They're so cool. Like,
Yeah.
and it's the convention I run is LionCon. It's
Lion.
just LYON, lioncon.net. Every February we have this 2-day Saturday Sunday convention, vendors, artists, and tons of games. But we also do like a costume contest, and we've had the 501st come. We've had other kind of groups come, so it's fun. It's kind of open to the public, all ages. And we started doing that before the D&D club, because the D&D club didn't start up till fall of 2019. So LionCon's been going for a little while. But again, I'm fortunate because all these cool things that I'm able to do, right, happened either by luck and chance or because I loved something and the administration was like, hey, that's cool, we'll let you do that. You know what I mean? Like, what high school has a D&D club? Well, I guess a lot. But, in 2019, right. I think there are a lot. Like, I get a lot of messages from people who are teachers or, involved in schools in some way that kind of like ask me questions and hit me up. And I always share all my stuff with them. I'm like, here, this is what I did. This is the proposal I used for my school. These are the rules that we have for our club. Use it if you want.
I got a question for you. This is a little off topic, but I think it has to do with high schools. How is AI affecting what you guys are doing?
So you remember last year, like November and December, when ChatGPT first started?
Sure.
My kids knew about it before the teacher. Like, we were in the lab, and the kids are fucking around with ChatGPT. They're like, Mr. Allan, check this out. It's so cool. So I'd be throwing them ringers. I'm like, all right, write a short film script in the style of Quentin Tarantino with ninjas, cowboys, and dinosaurs. And they would do it. And I'd be like, this is fucking amazing, Yeah. So then the English teachers found out about it, and they're like, oh my God, it's the end of the world. Like, they lost their minds. And then
But I mean, if you've ever read an AI so far, to me, like it doesn't read like great writing or like human writing.
It doesn't. I think the value of it is in ideation, right? And I think actually this is relevant to games, so bear with me. I think that, say you're a GM, you have been running a successful campaign, but the players went off course. They did something that you weren't expecting.
No.
And you're just dry on ideas.
No.
You know, you know what I mean. We've all been there.
No, doesn't happen in my games.
I think sometimes ChatGPT could be a helpful instrument to give somebody a bump. You know what I mean? Like you feed it some ideas and then it comes up with something. Now maybe that's trash, you refine it. I think it can be useful to help out with like the seeds for ideas, maybe not the full enchilada.
I think it's very useful in a role-playing context. I have found it very useful for filling in or filling out information with. So maybe you have a character, you have a concept, and you have some interesting things about this character that make it unusual and you make it unique. But then you need a lot of information that fits in with the setting that you're trying to put it in. And I've found that ChatGPT is really good at just sort of entering in a lot of that extra information that just makes your character more there and more detailed.
Yeah.
But that's after you've got all the good stuff, the really interesting stuff to go with to start.
Right. Yeah. Backstories, you know, or like I said, like even just motivational things, you know, to kind of give either the GM or the player some ideas. I've told kids in my class that they have options when it comes time for their short film project, because I don't teach screenwriting. It's not actually part of the class. So I tell them, I say, I'm not going to grade you on the quality of your ideas or the depth of your characters, you know, or your plot, but you need something. So I'll give you options. Either write your own, if that's something that you fancy, or AI and, you know, create a script with AI, or find something online and, you know, use it, because people post that stuff up all the time.
My biggest issue,
and again,
as
I'm not
a,
saying from a commercial perspective, but from an educational perspective, if a kid just needs a 5-page script, I don't care if they wrote it or not, because I'm not teaching screenwriting. I'm teaching production. So I want them to have something that's going to allow them to incorporate camera and lighting and sound, and then to edit all that stuff into a cohesive film. So
I was always kind of pissed that there was a film festival. It was a student film festival at my college, and there was a girl. She won best in short film or music video that year because she had a concept, and it took me years to figure this out. She had a concept that she stole. It was like little red sweatshirt from the actor who hates everything. I can't remember his name. I met him once. It's just a jerk. But anyway, it was a guy, you know, Waterboy. What was his name? I can't remember.
Adam Sandler?
Sandler. So yeah,
you like Adam Sandler?
No, well, he was a dick to me when I said hello to him once.
Really?
But it's fine. Water under the bridge. I was just
Adam Sandler.
I don't think he likes it when people say hello to him on the street. I'm not the only one. But anyway, I had the issue of them taking copywritten content that somebody else created, and then having that beat my original art music in the festival. So like I would think AI didn't exist then, so it's sort of a gray area, but do you judge these films and if somebody did create something that was all original content, do they get more marks, or is it just strictly about production?
So it depends on the project. I feel like it's easy to discern the difference between plagiarizing, which I've had kids turn in music videos that were basically a shot. They didn't steal the footage, but they did like a shot-for-shot remake of an existing music video.
Well, that is technically
years ago.
Yeah,
years ago. And there were some kids who were pissed, right? And I said, well, here's the scoop. Nowhere on my rubric is there a category called originality.
Yeah.
All right. So if you took someone else's ideas, but you actually went out and did the production, you matched shot for shot how they did it, does it convey your understanding of camera, lighting, sound, editing. Those are the criteria. So objectively, I feel like it doesn't really matter. Now, I do encourage kids, like especially for projects like the music video. I say, listen, if you write your own music, or you have a friend who's in a band and they write their own music, and you want to make your music video for that original music, I love that. I think that's the way to go, because then you're putting your mark on something that hasn't already had its mark put on it. I mean, like, anybody could rip off a popular song and make a music video for it, their own music video for that popular song. But
they can't monetize it, but they can do it.
Right. But I said, but if you make a music video for an up and coming artist, or even, whatever, like an electronic thing or rap thing, like, I think that's cooler because you're putting your mark on that. That's your stamp now.
But we live in a society in this moment that if you want to generate some views on YouTube, you take somebody else's content and you remix it, and yes. that seems to be doing more than, say, original art and original. It can get more views just because they have that infrastructure in place and that name recognition based on.
Let me interject really quick, because when we get into social media, that includes everyone, and I want your opinion to be sort of the kicker on this. What do you think, Holker, and then what do you think, Andrea, about what Ken just asked about the social media? And Ken, can you rephrase it or say it again?
So basically, a lot of times on YouTube, people get more views if they're using somebody else's content. So they remix, redefine, replay other people's videos, and they get a lot of views based on that. Whereas if you create original content, nobody necessarily cares about that subject matter. They don't know about it. It doesn't get into the algorithm. That is the thing I was kind of saying.
So, Holker?
So I've seen some YouTube channels that are essentially taking content from another YouTube channel, overlaying a little commentary, and then just hitting it upload. I think that something feels kind of wrong about that, because it's really little. It's really low effort. I'm convinced I wouldn't be as good at commenting over the videos. Let's just be clear. But I think it's possible for me to just take someone else's content and comment stuff and then upload it to my own YouTube channel. Something does not feel right about that, especially if they're just kind of taking monetization away from the chat or views from the original channel. Now, that said, it's my understanding that music is very different. So if you use someone else's music, the artist or the rights holder will get that. We'll get monetization off of your content, right? And I think a lot of people are either okay with that, or they know the deal before they use that material. And I mean, what can you say if they're using someone else's material and other people are actually getting paid off of it? I can't see how those other people or those rights holders would have a whole lot to complain about. At least it doesn't seem like the first situation that I outlined. That's all I got.
Andrea?
So you think that's bad? On TikTok, it's really popular for a lot of people. Like I say, really popular. It happens more than I would like, I should say. But you'll see, like, literally the entire video is just a repost with, like, the first couple seconds, somebody, like, and then they fade out in the background. It's like, what the hell? And they'll get, like, hundreds of thousands of views, and I'm just like, oh, that's just, like at least the commentary, like, at least that feels additive in some way. Whereas those kind of videos is just like, dude, you're literally just You're not doing anything. You're just
Hold on
sort of
just a second.
vaguely bringing it.
Just a minute.
But
Well,
it's just
Get
like,
in there.
yeah. But it's just like, and how the. I mean, I know it's an algorithm thing. It is frustrating that it's literally just, yeah. I mean, it's just them reposting somebody else's stuff and getting money for it, which is obnoxious. But
Bill.
I kind of agree with Hulker about the majority of that stuff. I think it's so when you know how a game works, is it really min-maxing?
Yes.
Is it really min-maxing to build an optimized character?
Power gaming cheese factor bullshit.
Okay, so
Go on.
I think that's kind of the analogy, though. I think people figured out the algorithm. They understand what gets views, right? Like Hulker was saying, that the system is rigged because the algorithm is going to draw more attention to the things that are getting views. So if you just put your own little face in front of, in the bottom right corner of a short that's really popular, it's going to drive views, right? And I've done experiments where I've done shorts that I cut from my own videos, and some of them get way more views than the original video, just because it's a short. So I mean, I think that part of it is just the system and the algorithm, and like people's attentions, which ultimately is going to lead to the collapse of the world. But
right,
yeah, people don't have an attention span anymore. So if they go watch a 60-second or less video on their phone in a vertical format, that's going to get more views than my 30-minute deep dive into aboleths.
Sure.
Like, I mean, it sucks. It sucks, but it is what it is.
Speaking of attention span, let's flip the script. Do you have a favorite writer or artist or like comic that really?
What discussion, Ken? Hold on. I know you want to get to these fucking questions. Oh my god, hold on. No, that was traction. I was about to make so many jokes.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was going with a different scenario. But
well,
yeah,
I want some rebuttal. I want some rebuttal on this.
I'll give you actually. So, to the point of remixes and shorts, right?
Yeah.
I have.
Well, no, I would say what my comment was like taking other people's work.
Yes. So I've made videos taking other people's work. Now, let me clarify. Those videos were not my face in front of other people's complete work. What I did was, as a music producer who's creating, music and sampling, right? I took clips from one thing and the audio from something else and mashed it up to give my own message, right? And made that into a short to rip on Hasbro because they suck.
Yet you still play D&D.
Do I though? Do I?
I don't know. Do you?
Well, check the channel, buddy.
You could play DreadLore.
Oh, what was that?
What was that? The last thing they played was a day ago, and it was the Lamenters.
Yeah. So since the OGL scandal, I haven't done.
Oh, you haven't played
on my channel. I've done Lamentations of the Flame Princess, Monster of the Week, Blades in the Dark, and then my own game system.
All right.
I'm not saying, and listen, this is already on video on my channel, so I'm not saying that I'll never play D&D, because in the end, the piece that I came to was Hasbro doesn't own what I already bought.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't bought any new shit, and I won't buy any new
to the
shit.
OpenGL bullshit, that's not entirely true. Okay.
What's the hold on? What's the armor class on your resistance to D&D?
What's the answer here?
It depends if you're asking about THACO or 5e.
Indeed. Yeah,
THACO.
that's where we're going. What is
Then
it?
I have in THACO I have a -10 to Hasbro.
Oh, you have -10. Oh shit.
Yeah, they cannot touch me.
Okay. Right. So about social media, I know I keep on coming back to it, but I think it's very pertinent to a lot of different people, including everyone here.
Yes.
And also, Ken and I have had many discussions, nay, full-on argument about social media and the goal of what we're trying to do when it comes to shorts, remixes, whatever the fuck you want to call them, right? All that kind of thing. I posted I don't even know what it's called. It's on the Instagram where you like, God, I'm like such a fucking old millennial.
On the Instagram?
Yeah, no, I can't help myself. It's like on the Instagram when you see someone's video, like a reel, I guess, and it allows you to put your fucking face on it.
Yes.
What's that called?
Repost?
Is
Or
that a
stitch,
repost?
maybe?
I don't
Or,
know.
I don't know.
I've only been able to do it twice because I can't find the button. I don't know how to do it, but I did it.
Middle-aged problems.
It was like this. It was like this. From some movie, it didn't have a listing of it, and it was very political. You know, like from the 40s or something. And I thought it was this magical post, and so just experimenting, I was pushing the buttons. Boom! My face pops up like a green screen. And I was like, oh, that's how people do that. And I was like, oh, check this out. And I kind of reacted. And it got like 20, 30,000 views, which is hilarious because, you know, all the rest of the actual content we've put out, and specifically the short videos that Ken has crafted, you know, they don't get anywhere near that. And Facebook explodes because Instagram and the Facebook are connected, right?
Yep.
I mean, like, people are like DMing me and all kinds of shit and craziness. People who don't even game, blah, 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 blah. One person posted, they were like, yeah, you put your stupid fucking head on this video, blah, 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 blah. And that was the first time that I heard this argument about a kind of social media plagiarism. What were you saying, Andrew?
I was just gonna say, dude, like I feel that like one of my biggest posts on my Instagram, and it's not exactly the biggest anymore, but after doing all my cosplay and all my products and shit, it's like I literally just for my birthday, my parents got me a 1911, and I was like super happy with it. So I just took a picture of it on my fucking lap, like nothing, like it was such a shitty picture too. I'm like, hey, look at this cool, I got this nice 1911, it's so fancy, and like it blew up, and it's like, what the hell is going on?
And then I stole it, put my stupid fat fucking head. So is that plagiarism? I'm getting the sense, Bill, that you might be a purist. I'm getting a sense of it. I'm not saying you are. I'm getting a sense of it. And Ken, I want you to jump in on this too, because I know you're a purist.
I again, if the system allows it, right, and they do, is it plagiarism? Because if if Hulker's saying so, like what Hulker was saying though is true. Like if the original video puts a claim on it and YouTube says, hey, the owner of this content has claimed it, you can still earn money on it, but they're going to monetize it. Or you can't monetize it, but they're going to earn money on it, but it can still be on your channel and boost your views. Like, is it that big of a loss? Like I actually had, and I don't know if you guys had your YouTube channel back then, but like in the 2011, 2012 era, maybe.
No, I don't
when
think
YouTube started to crack down on music use.
so.
Well, the majority of what we do at the high school is live events. So like literally every sporting event.
Yep.
Football, basketball, anything with a halftime show, all of a sudden, all of our shit was getting slapped with copyrights. And I came into the office one day and I got a strike So for 6 months, we were not able to upload any videos that were over 10 minutes in length, and we were prohibited from live streaming.
Yep.
It literally, they went hard on copyright stuff. Then it kind of eased off after a few years, and now they got to the point where if you're using copyrighted stuff, it'll probably be fine, but the claimant will get the monetization revenue. Very rarely, if you use something that's claimed by certain owners, it might get blocked. And usually it's like blocked in these countries, and it'll be like Uzbekistan and just, shit you don't care about.
It's also because of the nature of, they figured it out. There's a system in place now that allows for that, and it's uploading to third party that you're basically sign up with a label, and there's like TuneCore, or we use Simplecast, or any number of different, and you can choose, you can click the button, can people use your, and this is for music only, because I think at a certain point they were realizing that YouTube was literally needed to figure something out because so many people didn't know about copyright.
Yes.
Well, and
so
that's,
they had,
I think you touch it with a pen there. My counter argument to this, to what you're saying, Bill, if the system allows it, but what happens when the system changes? Or just because the system allows something, just because the system allows a loophole that can be exploited, that doesn't make it okay. Because
are you going
the
full
whole
Hasbro?
Yeah, exactly. The entire language is indicative of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Like if there is a loophole, well, what are we saying? Well, it's not in the spirit of what's happening. Yes, it's possible to be playing Blood Gulch, Halo, and to get on top of the world and run around with a fucking sniper rifle. Andrea, I know you fucking did it. And no one can see you. No one can see you. It's a thing. It's a thing. However, and it's fun for the person on top of the Blood Gulch thing in the sky.
Right.
But it's a loophole, it's a glitch.
Yeah.
Now, there are certain kinds of gamers and people that are like, look, them's the breaks. That's what we do. But when you apply that to real life, oh, wait, it's all real life. Like there's the spirit of this idea.
Yeah.
Is it dog eat dog? Is I'm probably going too esoteric here. At what point should we be principled about things? Now on YouTube, because I'm a YouTuber, I'm a chess tuber as well. There's lots of people that make their channels, and they're really good goddamn channels, like Abba and Preach. Really good channel. I don't know if you guys have seen it or not. And it's just one of many who they will be, almost all of their content is commenting on other people's content. Yeah. And you get into like this YouTube community that kind of all knows each other, and they're all political and weird, but their content is literally other people's content and then their personality placed on it. Is that plagiarism?
I think that's just old school critics, right? Like anybody doing movie reviews or music reviews or book reviews is essentially doing the same thing. Like if you post if you're doing book reviews and your review is on a very popular book, it's going to get more views than some weird, obscure, random book that nobody heard of, right? Same thing with a music review or a TV show or a movie review. If it's the hot trending thing, it's going to get more views. I think where plagiarism comes in is when somebody creates a fake channel, right, like a clone, and just reposts all of your shit on that channel.
So here's my issue then. I agree with you there. Go on, Holger.
I'd actually like to throw in a couple of things to consider, and it's probably something that when you think about might help you discern whether or not what someone is doing with other people's content kind of makes sense, or is it okay, or is it not? And the first one is how clear is their attribution? In other words, if you had to ask someone, hey, where did you get all of this stuff? would they be honest with you? Do you feel like they would just tell you exactly what they would do, or where they got the information from, and what they're doing with it? The other thing is, and there's no objective rubric, but I think for people who are familiar with how this stuff works, they might know what I'm talking about. Is there effort put into the original side and into the original part of what's going into this product? In other words, is the YouTuber who's using other people's content, are they themselves anteing up a considerable amount of effort to make something new, and then pulling in other content to bolster their case, so to speak? Or are they just...
How do you gauge that, though? How do you gauge the second point? How do you gauge that?
I don't exactly know, but oftentimes you can just tell, but there's no objective rubric like you would need in, say, a high school class or anything like that. I don't think it's there, but for people who are familiar with what it takes to make YouTube content, they have a pretty good idea most of the time.
Well, there's a thing called fair use, where you can use something if you have the ability, if you can't tell a story, or and it's a journalist thing, where if you don't have that information and you aren't sharing it, like, people won't understand the story that you're trying to tell. But it seems like fair use has been exploited to the point where people no longer only can instead of using a snippet, they're using an entire film. Or
I think people can use whatever
they just use whatever they want.
I think
but
you should be able.
You used to only be able to use like 20 seconds or 15 seconds.
You can't do that anymore. When it comes to sound specifically, my deal is this. Let's say that I use. Bill, do you have a band?
Yes.
Yeah. See, I knew it.
I will say I did. Yes, I was in a band from 2009 to 2015.
What was the name of it?
Thick Six, and it's not. It wasn't originally a dick joke. It evolved into that, but it was about the sound. We had a very thick sound.
Yeah,
there
you
was
do.
members in the band: 2 guitarists, drummer, bass players, keys, horns, me. Yeah.
Was it a ska band?
That's not where my brain went at all. I just thought you all had juicy butts or something.
You were like really good friends. There's 6 of you and your buddies.
It was
absolutely addictive.
Sometimes there were like 7 or 8 people in the band. We had a rotating cast of people. But
7, 8.
Yeah.
There's a band that seems very successful called Thick. It's a girl band.
Thick. Well, that's different though, because it's THIC, right?
We've had a lot of sponsors, bands
THIC,
sponsor this podcast over the last few months.
That's right. So let's say Thick Six. I had a point somewhere. Let's say Thick Six. You have a song on Bandcamp or something like that, or Spotify.
Yeah.
Is it on Spotify?
I don't remember. I mean, we have a YouTube channel, and we have. YouTube. I think there's stuff on a bunch of different.
Thick Six. So let's say I find that, and on one of our podcasts, I play 20 seconds or something of it.
Yeah.
We're gonna get a copyright strike. It won't be a strike, but it'll be a copyright notice.
Yes.
Now the reason for that is, hey, we're using your stuff or Thick Six's stuff, and we didn't get permission for it. It's not that we didn't attribute it, because maybe we did in the description. Doesn't matter. Boom. Maybe Thick Six could be in the background. It's my fucking ringtone. As that goes off, and it'll go off. Or I could just sing the jingle and it'll go off.
Yes.
My issue is, let's say I have a really popular YouTube channel, which I don't, but let's say I do. And I use your stuff. That's only going to be good for Thick Six. Right? Now, someone makes the argument, yeah, but you're using someone else's intellectual property. And so that person should get paid for it. Which I can understand that argument. But I think it starts to fall to pieces. I think it's a simplistic way of looking at things.
Yeah.
And depending on the situation, it breaks down big time. So we can talk about it in terms of music because for the last 20 some odd years, there was a whole Napster thing, right?
Yes.
But and in sort of a movie download thing as well to an extent, streaming, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
But when you get into like video and social media and these things, it's not as concrete because it's rather new. What my point is this. Here's the contentious statement. I think intellectual property is bullshit. Go.
That's tough. I mean, the artistic side of me and the educational side of me thinks that if somebody's using your stuff for non-commercial purposes, whether to learn from it or to share their analysis of it with others or their critiques with others, I don't think it should be that big of a deal. But I do see the flip side of somebody who spent a lot of time making something and somebody else ripping it off and getting money for that. That doesn't seem right.
I've experienced that personally a couple of times where I've made music videos for people and that my information has been stripped off of that content and like other people have
what was the recourse?
Benefit. Well, I asked them to take it down. I don't know. Really, there's not anything you can do other than say, hey.
That's exactly my point. I think it's bullshit. Now, we're talking about ethics versus reality.
All right. So you're saying that...
and I think it...
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Andrew.
I was going to say, I think it's complicated because when you start getting down, like even beyond just like this particular subject matter, right? Like when you get down to the nitty gritty of like everything we take for granted in life, like you're right, because there's not a thing that we have in our world that wasn't plagiarized at some point in history. Or maybe that's not even the right word because plagiarism wasn't, is a more recent phenomenon in a sense.
From the plagiarism edere,
I created fire. This is my fire. You have plagiarized my fire. You cannot do that. You can't create fire. It's my fire.
No, I see what she's saying though, because because there. I mean, what you're saying in effect is that everybody's at some point the ideas that we all think are so fucking original, somebody already thought of them and did something with it. There's only
even beyond that. Well, and even beyond that, like let's say even something as mundane and simple as a cup, right? Like there was a person who originally molded a clay into a vessel and used it, and other people around town said, "Oh, that's a great idea. Let me do that myself." And so it's like there's nothing that we have, unless like we literally create it ourselves and like have it in our hands. It's like, oh yes, this is my original idea. Nobody else has made it, and I'm just gonna keep it for myself. Like there's nothing in our lives that we have that isn't a product of plagiarism in a sense.
And how antithetical is that to, oh man, I'm gonna get all kinds of grandiose, and I haven't even been drinking. How completely contrary to us being humans and like working together. There's an argument, I can't remember who it is, where I got this from. Someone was talking about one of the major, not benefits, superpowers, if you will, for humans is that we work together. I mean, lots of animals work together, but like we can really work together and actually build things. We can make beer. Nobody else makes beer, guys. Nobody.
So here,
I thought
here's actually a fascinating...
there were monkeys that drank fermented like apples or something.
They find it.
Yeah.
Do they actually brew beer?
Yeah.
Dolphins.
Well, I mean, they know where to go. To get
Now here's
to the beer.
Here's something fascinating that gets into a little bit more esoteric type stuff, but the implications are amazing to me. So, scientists have discovered, and they've repeated this in several different cases.
Anytime someone says that, I wonder if you're a conspiracy theorist. Continue.
No. So this is actually really cool, but like the implications of it are complicated, right? So we have found that whenever you teach like an animal, like a laboratory rat, for instance, whenever you teach a laboratory rat to do a certain task that rat, that we never taught rats to do before, right? Once that rat figures out how to do it, all of a sudden you'll start seeing other rats around the world start figuring that stuff out quicker. And it's like, it's one of those kind of things. It's like it gets into some quantum, mechanics type stuff that's really complicated, like in terms of like the theories of how it works. But the implication is that once the information has been brought into our reality, somehow that becomes like a chain reaction in a sense.
It's in the
rat
zeitgeist.
Universe. The
Zeitgeist too. Yes.
Shit.
Huh. I don't know. I don't know enough about quantum mechanics, or what is it called? It's not looping. What is that? It's like where it's the little everything's connected type thing. I don't know.
Entanglement.
Synchronicity.
Entanglement,
Yeah,
right? Yeah,
entanglement,
the fuck
yeah.
I don't know what that means. It's interesting stuff.
It's meta.
Regardless, the idea of intellectual property, like how can I protect an idea that I'm communicating, and also why would I do that? Go.
I've had a thought experiment about intellectual property that for a while, and
Oh, no.
as we all know, no, this is not a joke. This is actually not a joke. As we all know, copyrights have an expiration, right? And so
75
everything that's beyond, say, 100 years or so, for the most part, is in the public domain.
Like Mickey Mouse.
100 years from now, with all of the content that has been done up to, say, now, let's assume most of it enters the public domain, and you're going to try and do something, say, 100 years from now, when with so much content is actually available in the public domain and without any intellectual property protection whatsoever. What's it going to be like when someone in that situation wants to create new intellectual property that is protected with so much other stuff out there? Some of it's undoubtedly going to be somewhat similar to what's being created, whether it be a novel or music or art or film or what have you. We have intellectual property protecting a lot of content that's being created now, and a lot of content that has been created, especially during a period of time when we've been able to record and preserve all of that content, which was not always the case. But assuming we still have all of this content available, say a century from now, most of it's going to be in the public domain. And how's that gonna figure when people try and create new stuff and then assert intellectual property protections over that? I don't know.
Well,
it'll be on a Google server.
I was going to say, in the future, we're all going to be vegan, and it's going to be socialism, and it's going to be like space.
I don't think it was socialism. It'd be more like communism in that regard.
Communism, and we won't use money anymore. apparently, we won't use
so
money
you're
anymore.
going for the Star Trek future.
You guys are worrying me a little bit about this lack of meat future. I might be slightly triggered by that.
So
no.
Well,
I mean, that's a real thing. I mean, the amount of methane, the amount of
Bill,
methane that's produced with animals and stuff like that. I mean, we
Star
got to choose who live.
Yeah, but
live.
bacon
Go ahead.
good.
In Star Trek, the OST, they ate meat and all that good shit. By and large.
Yeah,
Or
but also it's like
there.
it's created but it's also created in like a machine, so that's
So there you go.
yeah.
And by the time you get to TNG, by and large, 99% of people are vegan because of what Andrea just said.
I mean, in the end, humans will eat whatever they have to eat to survive. So,
Well, what I mean is, if you define vegan as eating something from an animal, then if you eat from a replicator, you're not eating from an animal, regardless of what you replicate.
Right. I mean, it's they could grow cells now. They could grow meat now, right? Like fake
Would
meat.
it be
Now,
considered?
see,
But it's not harvested from an animal. It's grown in a lab, but it's meat. It's proteins, the same thing. It's just science meat. I'll eat it. Fuck it. Who cares?
Would
Like,
do you
Yeah,
think a
that's the thing
vegan? Do you think
I'll
a
eat-
vegan would eat it?
yeah, I mean, I don't give a fuck if a vegan will eat it. I'll eat it.
But would a vegan eat it? Would a
Maybe.
vegan eat science meat?
If they don't,
I've
then
seen
it's
I've seen
fine.
arguments on both sides. I've seen arguments on both sides just because I debate a lot of vegans, but so
I don't think that's
so,
called debating, Andrea.
Wait,
I think that's called trolling.
It's debating. I don't troll. Troll's different anyway. So I've seen arguments on both sides of that, and I get both aspects of it because, like, for some vegans, there's the aspect of they don't, they think it's still wrong to eat meat, kind of thing, whatever, and they'll say, like, a lot of them bring up like health issues, like like eating red meat's bad for your health, like too much, that kind of stuff. So, but I've also seen a lot say, yeah, no, they're okay with lab meat because it's not like harming an animal to create it. So I don't know. I feel like,
All right,
Speaking
back
of
to
meat, I feel like we should
Yeah.
go into
Go
talk
to the next
about
question.
gaming. I
Go to
feel
the
like
next
we
question.
need to talk about gaming at some point.
You know what we need to do? Let's take a 5-minute break. Everybody can use the bathroom, refill your drinks, all that good stuff. We'll hit a 5-minute. Yeah, man, 5-minute break. And then I would like to talk, get back into your questions, Ken, but also I'd like to talk to Bill about his game system.
Yeah, definitely.
And projects. I'd really like to talk about this stuff. Okay, so 5 minutes, is that cool?
yeah.
And Ken, when are we out?
That is what time is it? I have two different times. Why does one of my computers say 8:50? Is it 7:50 or 8:50?
It's 8:45 EST right now.
8:45. Oh, that's wild. All right, cool. 8:53, because we're never back on time. And we'll be back. Blarg, we're out, baby. almost back. We're back with Bill Allan, and we are talking geeky games. Even though you would think we were going deep on copyright and law the last couple hours.
Yeah.
Which I think is, but that's been a big scandal with Hasbro and with Dungeons and Dragons. So I think we should jump into maybe some like what you look for in a role playing game campaign, like how you go about building your NPCs or your PCs, building up characters and putting together a group. How do you get your players? Like, how many different games are you running at this point?
Okay, so I have a Patreon, and at the top tier of my Patreon, I run games for patrons. I have a private game that is not streamed. It's not on my channel because those guys don't want to be in the public. And I'm not even gonna go into great detail, but there's a few players in that game. We started that just before COVID. And it is a World of Darkness campaign. So if you're not familiar with White Wolf, they make werewolf, vampire, mage, wraith, mummy, hunters, all these games, right? They started up in the early 90s. My exposure to White Wolf games was when my buddy Steve came back from college in Kansas. He had met some gamers at college and got into this game, Vampire. He came back on...
The game sucks.
He came back on Christmas break and he's like, dude, this is amazing. We got to play this. So we did. And it quickly...
Talking about Masquerade?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it quickly became like the new thing for our group. And even after he went back to school, like we went out and got the books. We started playing it. He came home. We played it all summer long. Epic, campaigns. We started mixing in things. So long story short, the White Wolf games were our go-to for a good chunk of the 90s. And it's not like I hadn't played other games before that. I started playing AD&D when I was 5 years old. So my older brother was in middle school. He and some kids that he met started playing, D&D. He basically made my first character on a note card, and told me, how the game works, told me which dice to roll, and we played. And over the years, I, played with other kids in the neighborhood, and that.
Hold on, you fit the AD&D rules on a note card?
I
don't believe that.
I put my character on a note card. Yeah,
you did.
I
have
have
one of those big Haas, like Haas note cards.
Nope.
Did you write small?
I mean, he wrote it. I still have that note card. I still have some of my first characters from.
What was your character?
That character, my first character, was a human cleric named Pink Floyd, because my older brother. One of my later characters was named Led Zeppelin. His name was spelled wrong. I spelled Zeppelin wrong.
As you do.
Because it was first grade. So
I think Zeppelin is spelled wrong.
Yeah, probably. I mean, so but I played all the TSR games, not all of them. I played, D&D, Gamma World, Top Secret, Marvel Superheroes. Never got to play Boot Hill back in the day, but I really wanted to. And we played other games, Rifts, TMNT, Palladium, a lot of those 80s games. But there was just something about White Wolf. Like, they were a very different, when they first started out, man, their approach was a very different thing.
I like how you mentioned that. What do you think? So they became Onyx Path eventually.
Yeah, I'll just tell you, and actually, again, this is on video. That GenCon 50 Geek and Sundry party where I interviewed all the people. One of the people that I got to interview was Jason Carl, and we talked off camera as much as more than we talked on camera. He told me before it came out that they were coming out with a new edition of Vampire. He told me
Requiem.
This would be Vampire V5.
V5, yeah. So that's when they tried to marry.
That's the current V5 is the current edition.
It's using Masquerade lore with updated rules, right?
Yeah, they've added a bunch of stuff. He sent me a preview copy. It just wasn't my vibe.
I haven't seen the rules for it. Masquerade rules are like eating a big pile of dog shit.
Yeah, so I have issues.
The lore is amazing. The lore is amazing. I'm talking about Masquerade, the old Masquerade. Right. I have a huge problem with the rule set. Then again, this is the 90s, and you know it's supposed.
There were other games that had dice pools, right? Like Shadowrun had dice pools.
Sure. D6, right? Shadowrun was D6.
D6 dice pools, but like it wasn't so much the dice pool mechanic that bothered me, you know. But I just didn't like the vibe of V5. I felt like, I don't know. I guess in a lot of ways that was a game of its time, and I think
what was a horror game, and that's one of the things that really informed the book that we will not talk about, DreadLore. The idea of when you're reading that book, it's like the entirety is supposed to get you into the mindset of what that world is. What is a vampire? What are they doing? And the same thing on the chat, they were talking about, Austin was talking about werewolf, mage, all those things.
Yep.
The different venues of White Wolf did a really good job setting the stage and allowing people to understand the story element of a horror game.
Right.
Then you got into combat and it went to shit. In my opinion, I think it's fucking awful.
I think combat was never great. But where this is leading is in college, this, you know, in the 90s, like this was a game we played a lot. And even after college, we played it a lot. Fast forward to just before COVID, I kind of got this idea to revive some of the things from some of the old campaigns. I'd basically written the seeds for a huge chronicle, and we never did it. And I wanted to see if it would work all these years later. So I literally had this like Windows 98 Word doc that I had to
Listen,
like
98 is all right.
Right.
No problem with 98.
I basically pulled this thing out of the digital archives and started going to work on it. I reached out to these guys and they were like, I was like, do you want to try to do this, you know, over Zoom? And they're like, yeah.
Wait, this is creating your own game system.
No. Well, getting there.
I see.
I run this private game for patrons. I've been running it, I guess for 4 years now. And it has been incredible. What we have done is just kind of take the best parts and the most functional parts from White Wolf, you know, first, second edition, and then made our own, you know, house rules that made it work so that it wasn't stupid.
So D10.
Combat being one of those things, right? Yeah. So
did you get rid of celerity?
No, so I should say that this is a Dark Ages World of Darkness game.
I love it's best. It's the best one.
There's 2 vampires and a mage. And they're
now the crossover. Ooh.
They're incredibly powerful. Ooh. And by incredibly powerful, this brings up a good philosophical point.
What generation are they?
A lot of people don't think that D&D works at higher levels. Right? Because it becomes bogged, like one combat could end up taking 3 or 4 hours. I know this to be true from multiple occasions.
Or if you listen to Critical Role for any amount of time. Yeah.
But you know, here's an example. I'll stick with one. I'll stick with one thread and finish that before I move on to this. So I run this game for a private game for these patrons. It's not on the channel because they want their privacy, but it has been incredibly valuable for me as a reminder of the fact that you could still have fun even if your characters are incredibly powerful.
Sure. No problem. No problem.
But what that requires is a consensus of the players and the GM.
Headspace.
To be in that headspace, yes, and to have challenges that are not transcended by just I roll dice and kill shit.
I blow it up. Right.
So
they don't go hobo killing.
It ends up being a very cerebral game. Now, we do have some crazy combats, right? Like this game started in 1096, and in 1099 they were in Jerusalem for the siege of Jerusalem. Although that became very dark because there were a lot of other things. There were black spiral dancers, there were demons, it was crazy.
Hopefully, because I think that was fought in the day.
Yes. Well, things happen. But, fast forward, we've been playing this game, and despite them growing ever more powerful, the two vampires are 4th gen.
That's pretty fucking powerful.
Yeah.
Did they Diablerize their way there?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Now, I'm assuming if it's 1096, you say?
So we started in 1096. We are now in 1145.
Were they Gen 6 or 7?
They were embraced by 2 4th gen Methuselah.
Oh, so they're 5th. Wait, Methuselah?
So, yes.
At 4th gen?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Oh, shit. Okay.
So they were originally embraced as 5th gen. One of them is a true Bruja.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
He is a Time Lord. So you mentioned celerity, and I laughed because he can basically bubble out of time and kill everything, and then just unbubble.
Let me hit pause really fast because none of these guys know about this lore except for maybe Hulker. He played in a bunch of.
Of course, I know.
LARPs.
We were there.
We ran.
Ohio, LARPing.
Yeah.
Group.
Do you want to give a little bit of a, maybe not a deep dive, but a little bit of a lore dive, Bill?
Yeah. So essentially, World of Darkness tied in White Wolf, tied in supernaturals with not all moments of history, but with a lot of significant moments of history, whether it was vampires, mages, werewolves, etc. They took a lot of folklore and a lot of occult lore and wove that into their lore. They produced a stupid amount of content. And somewhere in the late 90s, early 2000s, it kind of got out of control. And a lot of what was considered canon was contradictory, very contradictory, where they would release splat books that directly, contradicted stuff that was in published books. But when you sift through it all, it's pretty incredible. And you basically play one of these supernaturals. You play a vampire, a mage, a werewolf, mummy, wraiths, whatever. Or you could play a hunter who's hunting those people, depending on the campaign that your group wants to run.
The game that these guys are playing in, the 1982 Detroit thing, on Mondays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard, they're essentially playing hunters.
I love that. And the game is fun. We've played all variations of these things. The game is fun no matter what. We have, in this current campaign that I've been running for 4 years now, the Dark Ages campaign has a 4th generation True Bruja and a 4th generation La Sombra. So the vampires are
my favorite.
Vampires are broken up into clans, but they all descend from the 1st generation, which is the progenitor, which is Cain. Yes, the biblical Cain. And in the lore of White Wolf, Cain slew his brother and he was cursed by God, and yada, yada, yada happened, and then he awakened as a vampire, blah, blah, blah. I found in my many years that a lot of people play this game wrong. Trigger warning, wrong. They don't, what they do is effectively, they're not in the right headspace. What they do is they basically just play superheroes that are
vampires.
that are vampires. That's not what the game was meant to be. And I think part of the reason why V5 has a different culture is age and generation, right? Like, but if you take away the horror, it's not the same game. If you take away the brutality of some of the lore, whether that be traumatizing for some people or not, like, it takes away some of the game.
That's biblical shit.
It is literally biblical.
It is a horror game.
Yeah, but even in the modern sense, like, vampires aren't good guys. They can try to be good. They can that can be an arc for a player to pursue, right? But long story short, it's a great game, and I hate to say this because it's taken on a different connotation in modern sense, almost a stigma, but it is a storytelling game. It is a very narrative game. That doesn't mean that it's squishy and happy rainbows of no combat and nothing terrible. It tends to be more narrative, and I think in the right hands, with the right people, with the right group, it can be one of the best games that I've ever played and run.
You ever done a vampire LARP?
Yes.
Hey, Hulker.
Yeah.
So
did you do a vampire LARP?
Yeah, and I made a character once where the character that was newly embraced, it was I think, I can't remember if it was Requiem or Old World, that it was when you were in China, Will. But I made a character, and the general backstory was he was in a bad marriage, wasn't really happy, got embraced. And they said, okay, what's the first thing your character does? And I said, well, my character is going to go back and eat the wife. Going to lose the humanity. Go ahead. Take it. Just cross it off my sheet.
Ken, what were you saying?
I was just going to say, but what about like Twilight or Interview with the Vampire? Or
Interview with the Vampire is fine. Twilight,
yeah, but I mean, but that he was still like the whole entire time, I'm not going to eat humans. I'm going to eat rats, But
there wasn't any horror. That was more like a teen angst. I don't want to get a job. I don't want to eat humans.
No, an Interview with Vampire.
That's perfect.
If you're talking about media, or sorry, go ahead.
Or Underworld, where
Underworld got sued.
Underworld is the closest thing to the White Wolf vampire stuff, and I'm not surprised they got sued, because the degree to which they ripped off like that game's lore and their settings and culture, it was very much modeled after that.
The way I described to people in the game that we were running, hey, watch Underworld, the one scene where Kate Beckinsale walks into the coven and she just walks through. It's like 10 seconds, maybe. Yeah. She walks through. That's vampire LARP, period. Boom.
Camera pans around and there's a bunch of decadent vampires.
That's it. And it's perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah, it is. But as a game, it had a big influence because it was different from the many, many, many other games that we had played. And there have been other games after that, obviously, too. We went through a big Call of Cthulhu phase.
Call is so good.
Yeah, and again,
D100.
D100.
Right. The Chaosium has had many editions of that game, but truly, like, it's been very consistent. It hasn't.
Call's great.
It hasn't, totally like modified itself. It is true to the spirit of that genre, and I think it's a game that also facilitates some really narrative role playing.
Well, the system, not to get too deep into it, but because I go on this all the time, the system for Call, like, you're not going to play, I should say, you are going to play a certain kind of game with Call of Cthulhu if you play that, if you're using that system, because you kind of can't play. Like, if you try to play like a break down the door D&D game with Call rules, it would be awesome. It would be fantastic, and you would Like it would be horrifying, right?
So in the late 90s, we came up with Vampulu, which was White Wolf's rules, but with Call of Cthulhu. And we added sanity as a mechanic to the White Wolf rule set, and it worked, and it was fun. It was just one of those side projects that worked.
Did you replace? Why did you do sanity instead of just keeping humanity?
So basically, imagine a hunter's campaign using White Wolf's rules, but adding in sanity to incorporate the traumatizing experiences in a Call of Cthulhu campaign.
I see. Right.
So you still, you had 10. You started off with 10 dots of sanity, but when it got down to 5, then you were picking up derangements, and then when it got down to 3, you were being hospitalized. There was a lot of cool things that we kind of kit bashed with that.
So that was a huge. The systems that we've mentioned are, as Ken is showing, huge influences on DreadLore.
Yeah.
But we can talk about DreadLore some other time, maybe later. Tell us about your system.
Yep.
Okay, so I didn't set out to create a system initially. I was going through a nostalgia phase. And this was around the time that I started up things with my channel. And I was playing D&D, sporadically. A lot of the college buddies are spread out all over the country. And it was not, like things like Roll20 and like online, like stuff like we're doing now, just wasn't really very solid.
About what year was this?
Like, we started this college reunion thing called the Geekend, where once a year we would get together for like a 3 or 4 day weekend, and we would game and grill meat and drink. And it was
nice.
It was awesome, dude. Like, this started in like 2008.
Oh yeah. I ran a Zoom D&D game in 2010, and it just worked. So 2008, yeah.
I mean, this was, so we were getting together in person for Geekend once a year. Some years we were blessed with like permission from the wives to do twice a year, you know what I mean? But it was awesome. Like, to be able to get together with these guys and to just play, and a lot of them are like hunters and shit. So they bring like, I got some elk, and I got some venison steaks, and like, and just, it was just awesome.
Break out their 1911.
Yeah, we would. I mean, it was a blast, and we would play all sorts of games. But we were playing a lot of D&D. We did play Vampire. We did one weekend of Vampire. We've done other games, but I was kind of going through a nostalgia phase, and I was thinking about how much I missed games like Gamma World and Twilight 2000 and Aftermath, like post-apocalyptic games. And I was like, man, I really miss that genre. I'd love to do a gritty and realistic survival game. Something that where like resource management kind of matters.
Sure.
Water supplies matter, food supplies matter, survival, shelter, exposure to radiation, exposure to chemical toxins, exposure
like Fallout
to disease.
Fallout.
Yes. Yeah. And I was going through this nostalgia phase, so I was like, I'm going to make up a post-apocalyptic game. So I started to write out all this content, and it was just flowing out. Like, and it was more like the logistics and the setting and ideas, but I was trying to wrap my head around mechanics. And, at the time, D20 systems kind of permeated everything. And I was like, you know what?
They still do.
I was like, fuck D20. Like, I don't know. I just didn't, it made me mad.
Yes.
And I'll tell you, Hulker, I did toy with Percentile. I toyed with D100 because it's very clean. It's a very clean way of doing a game. Everybody understands percentages. Like, it's, I'm like, that could work.
Yeah.
But then this weird idea occurred to me, and I was like, what if I made a dice pool game, but I didn't use D10s and I didn't use D6s? I'm going to use D4s because that will piss everyone off.
Yes, it will.
And so I did.
Yeah, it's hard to
created
roll
an
a d4.
entire-
I mean, that's just
It is.
it's an impossible dice.
Yes, and if you step on them, they hurt you.
Yes, they do.
So I created an entire system using D4 dice pools. I deconstructed the mechanics from every game that I liked. I deconstructed mechanics that I didn't like, and then I started to build this mechanical system. And because I'm a teacher and a nerd, I created a rubric because that's what teachers do. And the rubric defines everything. And as you might imagine, rubrics are how things are graded, right? So imagine A, B, C, D, right?
Do you have tons of tables?
I wouldn't say tons. I wouldn't say
Yeah.
it really it's very manageable. But I would say that what I liked about it was a rubric typically in education is how you're grading in a given category for something, right? So let's say I'm grading a video project and I'm looking at the camera category. Level 1 would be needs development, right? Level 2 would be emerging. Your skills are emerging. Level 3 would be like, proficient. Level 4 would be mastery. So on a 4-point rubric, on a 4-point rubric, you have basically the gradations that describe your abilities or your skills and knowledges. And I was like, wow, that works out because this is a D4 game. So I take dice pools based on the ability score plus the, your skill or knowledge that you want to use. You add those dice together and you roll them out. And then if the sum of that meets the target number, difficulty check, you succeed, but there are degrees of success. So there's actually mechanically value to more than just meeting the marker. So for every step above your target, your success is more impactful.
Now, is that in a narrative way, or is there a system like crits or
it's mechanical? It's mechanical, but it's also narrative too. So like I have like a guide for how you do that with a knowledge check. So say you're making a nature check. You roll perception plus nature, and your target difficulty is 8, and you roll the 16, so you're 2 full steps above your target. The GM should provide more than just basic information. The GM should provide more specific clues or hints or detailed information about the character's query.
But that's more of a fiat type thing.
It is, but then mechanically it comes into play with things like combat.
Do you use your badass damage that you developed in this game, or is that just for D&D?
Badass works for pretty much any.
What is badass? I was coffeeing. When
badass is it's the Bill Allan damage alternative scoring system.
Oh
basically, when you roll,
I love it.
When you roll a nat 20 in D&D, right? It's considered double damage. So let's say you're swinging your short sword, you roll a nat 20. Yay! You pick up your D6 and you roll a 2. So you did a whopping 4. Right. I think that's fundamentally flawed. Why would a nat 20 do less than the maximum of a regular hit? So in my system, you max out the first damage die, and then you roll the second, and that is added to it. So
that's pretty
no
cool.
matter what, your nat 20 isn't going to suck.
Does that apply to range touch attack spells?
Yes, and it applies to sneak attack damage. So some people
of course.
Well, what if I have 5d6 of sneak attack damage? I'm like, well, then you have 30 plus roll 5d6.
That does break pretty quick.
It only breaks if you forget that the monsters get it too. So if you
that's fine. I'm talking.
What are you?
Yeah, it basically creates just a more deadly environment, which I
love
enjoy.
it. I love it.
Because
I think
people should accept character death.
Yeah,
I grew up.
So what are your thoughts on
characters that died? Yeah, I have more characters that died over the years than lived. It should be a badge of honor. If your character lives through a campaign, it should be fucking framed and put on your wall as a badge of honor.
You started with the old school game mentality. Ken, what were you saying?
How many people have you killed, do you think?
I mean, believe it or not,
Qualify that.
not as many as you'd think. Now, some mechanics facilitate character survival, right? So, like, 5th edition has death save. Well, I mean, if you fail death saves or your party fails to administer medicine check or some kind of healing before you fail your death saves, like, you deserve to die. Just die. Make a new character.
I've always thought. Oh,
yeah. No, go for it.
I've always thought that you should just hand players 2 character sheets just to make a point.
Yes,
well,
buddy.
Gary Gygax, well, anyway, we'll get into that in a second. I wanted to pull Andrea into this, and I also wanted to mention the chat because this was a thought that I'd had as well about the badass damage. And then I want to talk to Andrea about what we're talking about. Austin mentioned, how does it affect maximized meta magic? And just think on that for a second. The question was, if I maximize a spell, let's say a fireball, kind of the point is I maximize the dice damage. Whereas, you see what I'm saying? And that's why I was saying it's broken, not in the sense of it's destroying, not in the sense that it's destroying monsters, in the sense that the ranger or the bard, or maybe it's not balanced because D20 sucks. Really quick though, before you say it, Andrea, what are your thoughts on all of this? Because you've run some games, a little bit of esoteric games, like the Halo game, for example, which I'd never heard of. And
that was kind of
any of this, like coming from your background, if we were to ever play D&D again, but we incorporated like the badass damage, what were your thoughts, B? Like you crit and you get that benefit.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like it because in the sense that it feels somewhat more realistic in regards to like what the principle I think behind like doing crit damage is, if that makes sense. Like the fact that you can do so much damage, like, kind of is the point, isn't it? Because in real life and in adventure, like, you happen to strike their weak spot or something like that, and they you hit a vital and they bleed out, kind of thing. So like to me that makes a little bit more sense, I guess.
Yes. I was just gonna say, with things like spells that don't have an attack roll, it doesn't affect it at all. Because like fireball, you maximize.
Well, I mentioned fireball. Well, okay, orb of force.
Right. So you cast a spell that has an attack roll.
Yeah.
If somebody super magics that spell so that it maximizes, it's already going to do the maximum damage, right? But it's not going to do double that.
So my question is, I'm maximizing, which means that I'm spending my resources to do that, or I've spent the opportunity cost of preparing that, although no one does it, preparing that spell maximized. I mean, the moment that I can maximize and empower a spell, literally every delayed blast fireball is going to be maximized and empowered, or intensified if you're at that level. So it just doesn't apply to it.
It could. What I'm saying is that if there's a spell that requires a 2-hit roll with a D20, and you have maximized it, let's say that its maximized damage is 5d6, so it's going to do 30, and you roll the hit, and you roll an 18 plus your modifier, it's a 26, yay, you hit it, it does the 30 damage. But if you roll a 20, and you maximize that spell, it's going to do 60 damage.
Oh, I see.
You know what I'm saying?
So you still get the benefit.
Yeah, okay. Well, fuck yeah. You don't. I don't like taking away player power. I'm investing players with more power with that rule.
I love taking away the power.
Remember that also means that the bad guys can do it.
Austin was asking, is it just doubled, or do you roll the double?
You max out the first die, and then you roll the double. So if you have 5 of that die, you max out all 5 of those die, and then you roll the additional 5.
I see.
So
it's an interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just double damage, because that was the flaw in double damage, right? That sometimes double damage does less than the maximum amount that could be done.
Right.
So it seems like you're getting kind of gypped in
Yeah.
a area.
You get the benefit, and you're like, oh, great, that's.
And it's also not, some games have exploding dice, and I don't have any beef with that. That's fine, but I don't think that works for D&D and for a lot of other games.
It doesn't work for D&D. It doesn't work for D20, and it honestly, I don't know if it works for D4. And the reason is because you're throwing around pyramids like fucking caltrops, like
Yeah, exploding
It's
dice
interesting.
is it makes things fun in some games, but I also don't know that it's consistent. It seems more just like straight up being like everybody has wild, insane power.
Well, you have to do it in such a way that ones take away. If you have exploding dice,
I like that.
So I really like D6. DreadLore was heavily inspired by D6. It sounds like your game actually was inspired by it too. This sort of dice pool. My buddy Patrick, who will be on here at some point in the future, created a game, and it's largely based off the D6 system. And I really enjoy the dice pool, the exploding dice, the very streamlined, simple mechanics of that stuff. That said, so this is not a criticism. This is sort of pre-criticism.
Sure, hit me.
When you're playing, first of all, what's the game called?
So the first game that I developed for this was the post-apocalyptic game. I had a name for it. I put it all over my docs. I was like I'm going to register this name.
Oh, no.
Then some fuckers launched a game on Kickstarter using that name.
What was it?
The original game was called Residuum, and they published a game on Kickstarter, and I just seethed in my studio for a while.
Residuum. Okay, so now what is it called?
Ruins and Remnants.
I like that better.
Thanks.
Reminds me of Ghosts and Goblins, which is a cool fucking game.
I play tested Ruins and Remnants quite a bit. It was fun. And then I started to toy with the idea of... It was kind of after I developed the mutations system. I was like, what if I could do this with fantasy? Like, what if I could replace D&D? And so I've
had that feeling several times.
Yeah, so I did. And that became Archons and Acolytes, and it worked. And I have several shows on my channel where we play using my system. What started off as another patron game that I run called D&D with Dads, after the first season, I was like, hey guys, what if we just made the dads and we used Archons and Acolytes instead? And they were like, cool. So we converted their 5e characters to Archons and Acolytes in under 8 minutes per person.
Wow.
It was a very streamlined, very easy move to make. And part of that is because in 5e, as you guys well know, the modifiers for the ability scores are on a almost 4-point scale, right? Yep. I mean, at 20 you get a +5, but that's so basically I took the modifiers from their ability scores for 5e, those translated into their ability scores for Archons and Acolytes. Yep. The relative skills and knowledges didn't all break down perfectly, but we were able to translate them pretty quickly.
Well, how is it used in the system is really what matters.
Right.
If you don't roll for perception, then it doesn't matter what your perception score is, right?
Right. So that has been going. We're in season 2. I ran a bunch of play tests with it off camera. I also did a mini series using Archons and Acolytes with some of the high school kids, and they picked it up.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they picked it up really fast, and that was one of the best methods of testing it because they were kids who really didn't have a strong background in games to begin with. You know what I mean? So I kind of had these open minds that didn't have baggage or preconceived notions, and they were playing the game right away, and they picked it up.
Where my question was coming in, I have 2 questions. I don't want to hog the time.
You don't want to know about the third one?
Oh, I do, but I have 2 questions.
The third game is a Western.
What's it called?
We're running it now. It's called Infamy Honor. It's pretty. I'm pretty excited about it. Pretty cool.
Is it honor spelled with a U?
No, because
fuck,
I'm
Bill?
from Chicago. That's
So the two questions are: one, at the table. So I'm going to ask both, and then we can discuss, etc. ad nauseum. One, at the table, are people? We kind of know what the headspace of a setting is. Hey, we're playing Infamy, and Honor, so it's a Western. We're playing Ruins and Remnants, so it's a post-apocalyptic. That's sort of the headspace, what we're going for. But there's also what we're going for in terms of how to play the character. For example, first-person shooter or over-the-shoulder, or you're immersed in the character. As in, I don't talk about my guy. I am the guy. So that's the first question. Where does that live? Obviously, people can do whatever they want with a system, but usually a system has a headspace in mind. Two, second question. The reason that you and I connected on Twitter, I believe, was because you made a post about rules light systems.
Yeah.
Which I would love for you to go into once we're done. I have a note. Okay. Go, everyone, talk. Make it happen.
I'll say that the headspace thing is I grew up with I. I grew up with, when you're playing a character, it is I. As that character, I want to do this. I do this. I say that. And I try to encourage that with people because of immersion. Because when you control your character like a puppet and you say, Conan does this, Conan says this, you're not in that character's headspace. And I think empathy is one of the most valuable things that role-playing games can give us. I can put my headspace anywhere I fucking want because I've been playing role-playing games for 45 years. I could go deep and dark, or I could go really fun and frivolous. But I think that's a huge value to role-playing games.
I agree, and there's a whole thing about it that's very useful. But I'm talking about the system itself. So, for example, in D&D, I argue that D20, I should say, actively works against immersion. Now, that, again, it's a contentious statement. Someone can get super mad at me. But I think the proof is in the pudding. By and large, by and large or by in large?
By and.
By and large. When I've seen D&D groups, whether it be at DragonCon, God, or game stores, oh dear God,
yeah,
or wherever, they fucking suck. They fucking suck. It's one of the most boring things I've ever witnessed ever. If I were to normally see it, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? And in fact, the thing that got me into gaming, because I used to make fun of it big time, was I was sitting at a table with my buddies. I love you guys. Cameron, you know who I'm talking about. And I was like, you guys fucking suck. Let me play and show you how this is done. And I didn't know what the hell I was talking about, but I'm an arrogant son of a bitch. But straight up, I sat down and was like, what are you doing? This is so bad. Like, so what I'm trying to say is the system itself, is it a causation correlation problem? No, I don't think so. Because I've seen other systems that people naturally get into. Like the system trains you to play a certain way. And in the role playing of D20 style systems, I'm not playing me as a character. I'm not acting as Conan. I'm playing the barbarian, chaotic good. Like, that's what I'm doing. And I'm trying to match everything up to that guy, that character. Oh, it's not me, it's my character. It's all about my character and their things. And that's the verbiage. And someone could say, oh, well, you can pull that away and it doesn't have to apply to D20. Oh, really? I mean, a fucking D20 system that doesn't do that. It always happens.
Yeah.
Okay. So talking about your system, the D4 system. You've got 3 different games. There's 3 different settings. Does the system itself have a name?
Yes.
What is it?
Like you, perhaps, I see myself and the wealth of my experiences as being valued. And much like how I do things both seriously and comically, such as naming my alternative for critical hit damage, the Bill Allan damage alternative scoring system. This system is called the BAM system. And I'm guessing that you can put together, it means Bill Allan mechanical system.
BAMs.
BAM.
Nice.
But honestly, I mean, regardless of name, I think what your point does resonate, because system and mechanics do have an impact. I'm not sure if they are the entirety. You know, if we were to speak of what portion or what percentage of the mechanical system of any given game impacts how it's played and how the players immerse themselves, or whether they immerse themselves, I think you could say to a large degree, as you've asserted, you know, some systems kind of cock block good role playing, right?
Mm.
I mean, is that sort of a summary? Like, some systems,
yeah,
kind of step on the toes of the opportunity for players to really immerse themselves and get into the game, into the headspace.
Yeah, you're having fun until you roll the dice.
I will also say that, as you actually, it's almost like we planned that. I will also say that in the hands of an experienced GM, you can avoid that even with crappy mechanical systems like D20 systems by simply choosing not to roll the die. And the way that I do that personally, the way that I do that personally is I convey to the group, and this is actually in one of the videos when we did the Archons and Acolytes with the high school kids. One of them was like, "Oh, should I roll for perception?" I go, "Stop. Just tell me what you want to do, because you don't have to roll for everything. If you want to wipe your ass, you don't have to. If you want to wipe your ass, you don't have to roll to wipe your ass, right? Like,
sometimes you have to roll.
What if you want to, just to see if you fail?
So, I mean, the way that I have a little block paragraph in the game that says, don't always make people roll for things. If somebody has proficiency or mastery in some level of something and they want to do the thing, they should just do it. Move on. Keep the game going. Pacing is incredibly important. And every time you make a roll, no matter what system, you're kind of breaking the immersion. So I'm not saying fudge dice. I'm not saying let the players just succeed all the time. But what I'm saying is make an educated guess based on the numbers in your game. Could they just do it? If they say, I want to do this, is their character strong enough in that thing or knowledgeable enough in that thing to just do it so that you can keep your game going and not break immersion? And that coaching guide is what I would apply to any game, but particularly to games that sort of
get in the way.
Yeah, like 5e is a great example. And again, I watch this on a weekly basis at the D&D club at the high school. I'll float around from table to table and I'll see these kids. And sometimes it's the players who are like, I roll insight. No. What do you want to know? Well, I want to know if he's lying. Okay. And then I
want to bid this. I want to bid this. I want to bid this. I want to succeed. I want to succeed.
Yes. Stop rolling.
Give me the
dice.
Success.
Stop rolling dice and just say what you want your character to do, and then the GM makes a decision. Now, that's a little bit controversial, as you mentioned as well, for another reason, because the current culture in gaming and the current young generation of new gamers tend to have this I don't know, they have this disdain for the idea that the GM is God. The GM is fucking God. They're running the game. Let's just let it happen that way. That's what it is.
let me put a pin in it really quick because I want Ken's opinion on this. Ken's run DreadLore. DreadLore is it's going for an immersion. Okay, so you've run it, Ken. And does any of this resonate with you? Do you have any opinions on this?
In running that, I feel like I started, and it's a thing that Bill occasionally complains about. It's like you do all this description, and you have this beautiful like introduction, and you create this world, and you're like, okay, here you are, and like the PCs are kind of like, what? I don't, you know, you take, you know, that, but it's just like keeping ahead, and then it's like, okay, well, now I've got to throw something in here for them to think about that is beyond that, and you know, it's getting people to start talking. That was the thing for me. Of course, I was new at
It's your first time running, yeah,
and so like time is different. You know, when you're not comfortable with something,
right?
Versus when you're comfortable in your own shoes, and sometimes you will step on people and go faster than you need to go to create that ambience as well.
So here's a question for all three of you then, as in Andrea, Holker, and Ken, because you guys play in the Monday night game, The Red Writ, quite a bit, which is a DreadLore game. Do you ever feel like what Bill is talking about, where it's like you walk into a room, there's a fucking vampire there or some big baddie with tentacle arms? Okay, what do I do to win? Like, do you ever feel like you're relying on mechanics, or how do you approach that situation as a player?
Oh, I feel like I do sometimes. Yeah,
I feel like
I will say though, I was just gonna say, I have technically ran one DreadLore game.
I want you all to talk at the same time.
Go.
Andrea, what?
I said I technically have run one DreadLore game.
Oh, that's right.
And you weren't there.
No, I wasn't there.
There was it was the Star Wars Clone Wars campain.
You never talked about it. You're like, I'm gonna run this game, and then you didn't fucking talk about it. So I figured.
Oh yeah, I
was
forgot about
it
that.
too.
It went for me. It went pretty well. But it was a lot of fun. I really like. I mean, kind of honestly, I like the way that your system is designed, because it pushes you kind of like. It's not nearly as bad at breaking the immersion, because it kind of, you know, the whole trait system forces people to think more about what their character does, like actually, as opposed to what do I roll, like you said, like
right,
yeah.
Yeah,
and it has to make sense too.
I do like the trait using adjectives instead of rolling for dice. It's like I'm gonna give you this sentence of how I'm going to, you know, I've got a character right here, and I can quickly, if I wanted to do a thing, it's like, okay, I have an ability apparently at believing. I believe in and whatever it is my perspective is, and so I'm basically indoctrinated into this world view, and so I'm going to use that belief system to make this next action, and then I build that worldview, because that worldview is not necessarily written in stone. Space veganism, for instance, is the worldview, and that's why I am a tough, stern person, or that's why I believe that our culture is better, because you guys are all mired and killing for sustenance.
Bill, I wanted to mention to you Eric Steams. Stearns. He says, quick comment as a cast member in the Dads. I'm reading from him. I enjoyed the conversion because I converted my knowledge domain cleric from 5e to something unique that I couldn't build in 5e. I think knowledge domain is really cool, actually. I agree with the idea. We were talking about D20 and such. I think that having die rolls for social skills is a problem for immersion more generally. And then I think having classes, especially ones with reduced choices, is a turnoff. His last deal is, I may or may not play a D20 type game because I like the idea of 5% gradation of situation resolution. That's a big old sentence. You can make some interesting bell curve distributions with that. Eric Stearns, we can talk about that math in a minute. But I'm gonna bring this out. The problem with your math, he's like a fucking mathematician, isn't he? The problems with math is you have levels, and levels have static bonuses, and in something like 5e, you're all just fucking flipping a coin. Continue.
I was going to say, I probably had to go fairly shortly, but one real quick thing I wanted to say, kind of part of the conversation. I wonder if a lot of that D&D stuff doesn't happen because I feel like a lot of people play in D&D. I mean, but part of it's that they're not really good at getting to like different headspaces, right? But I think a lot of it comes down to maybe like a lot of them are very niche-oriented people. Be that like I'm a nerd or I'm a geek, that kind of stuff, and they don't have a lot of cross skills, so like they can't actually put themselves into the headspace of a character who can do these things. So like the dice roll kind of gives them an out of not having to actually think about it.
I agree completely. I think with any game that can happen.
Charisma. I rolled a 20.
Yeah.
So, interesting note in my game system, there is no intelligence, wisdom, or charisma. And I have a block paragraph about why that is. Because
why not charisma? Because I mean, not charisma, but I feel like there is an attractive, or did you replace it with like attractiveness or?
Nope.
Or like
that's actually the problem with the charisma stat.
Yeah, because I mean, in reality, we all face. I know I do. I'm not the most beautiful person in the world, and I'll be on a hike with a friend in LA, and this is a while back, but he's this like beautiful Ken type boy who's got Ken. All the looks. I know, but that's not doesn't matter.
Wait a minute.
Greater and I'll be talking to we'll run up into a group of individuals with the opposite sex or same sex, it doesn't matter, and they will talk to that person, completely ignoring me. So I feel like I failed my charisma check from the beginning, even though like maybe that's society. You just get bypassed sometimes, if you have a low charisma.
So mechanically, I have a block paragraph as to why I didn't include those as core abilities. That's not to say that I don't have mechanics for social interaction, but after a long time of playing games, I think it just comes down to role playing, right? So here's an example. How many of you have ever played a game where one of the players at the table was playing somebody with an incredibly high intelligence, but that person was an absolute dolt? Come on, all right, raise your hand. You all right?
I feel like that's my character.
So there's nothing wrong with saying my character is intelligent, but if the player doesn't have the wherewithal to come up with intelligent ideas, they're not utilizing that tool set to its fullest potential. right?
Right. Like the person who plays, for example, in D20 or D&D, they're playing the bard, but they don't know how. Or, like a barbarian or like a fighter, it's pretty easy. But
Right.
like a character that you have to use mechanically, strategically.
They can't like pull out the. I do like it that you pull out some bards on your show. That you do.
I think the absence of those things has not been missed in any of the play test or in any of the actual plays that we've done. I see the need for them in some games, but overall, I really feel like it was a purposeful decision when I was designing this system that I just didn't feel like they were necessary. And we have found no obstructions to the role-playing process at any point not having those things. The game system is classless and levelless. There are no classes level. You in advance, you could spend your experience points to increase, different knowledges and skills and ability scores.
Because it's a dice pool system.
Yeah,
I will say, I think that's a good decision because you got to say something for the expansion module.
Yeah, the optional rules that I release in 2028 will include comeliness. Remember, I don't know if you guys remember when D&D added that in. That was controversial because I think we were in 7th or 8th grade, and all of a sudden everybody needed to have a high comeliness, and I was like, why? Who fucking cares? Like, when did D&D become about seducing everyone? Like, stop. But,
well, they had what was that third party book? There was oh shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, so is social combat a thing in your system?
So it's, as you know, it's a dice pool. And the social component of it, I think I feel is very clever. And I will explain it by contrasting it with D&D. Suppose that you have an imposing 6'6" half orc with a 19 strength and an 8 charisma, and he wants to intimidate someone. What mechanics do we use in 5e, friends? We use
I believe it's
charisma modifier plus intimidation. Yeah,
I use strength.
Well, of course you do, because you're fucking smart. But the base rules say charisma plus intimidation.
Fair.
So I said that's stupid, right? You should be able to conduct social interaction in a variety of ways. So the flexibility with which I've incorporated that means that you could socially manipulate someone, that's the skill, in a variety of ways. Suppose that you want to socially manipulate them and combine that with your strength. How are you doing that, player? All right, I'm just going to flex and I'm going to fucking break this table in half. Okay, roll strength plus social manipulation. Suppose that you want to do that with your endurance. How do you do that? I put a torch out on my forearm. Okay, that's intimidating, So basically, any of the core ability scores could be used in conjunction with social manipulation if the player.
What if you're on the phone?
What are you talking about on the phone?
Let's say you're playing a scammer on a phone, and you're trying to scam someone. You're trying to socially manipulate them.
Okay, a scammer would solicit answers. They would ask questions to get answers.
Sure.
You would use those answers to then formulate a scam. That,
right,
my friend, would likely be perception plus social manipulation, because you're trying to perceive through your series of questions what this is.
And everyone knows to never fight a land war in Asia.
That's right.
On that note, I'm going to call it a night, guys.
Andrea, thanks for jumping in.
Thanks, Andrea.
Yeah, see you guys next time.
No,
nice meeting you, Steve.
Nice to meet you.
So what do you do when things are getting heavy and you've got some high schoolers and there's an emotional topic that comes up where you're like, people are getting charged up? Do you guys set boundaries or have a discussion? Like
he uses his endurance and his strength together.
Well, I mean, to keep temperament in check, or to make sure that people don't feel violated. Are there any topics that you don't hit on with high school that maybe you would hit on with the dads group?
I mean, as a rule, I actually don't, and it's not even like a safety tools thing. I just don't incorporate sexual violence into most of my games. That said, I've never run a vampire game that didn't have.
I was gonna say vampire.
You know
Tay Knights are deplorable. That's kind of the whole horror of it, is your realization that you have no humanity. You are a beast with a ragtag soul.
But I'm saying specifically in that game, there are a lot of different ways to feed from a mortal. You could just dominate them mentally and then erase their memory. You can use presents to seduce them in and make them voluntarily hand you their wrist. You could seduce them. You know what I mean? So there are a lot of ways. But I would say in general, you know, I don't really do sexual violence in most of my games.
But murdering people is okay.
Yeah, I mean there's a long and distinguished history in the D&D with high school students series of them just turning into murder hobos. Like in the
those with D20.
Yeah, they're high school kids. So like, season 2 they decided to poison the Reeve for no reason. The Reeve was not even evil. They just decided to poison him and then loot his shit and get out of town. That was like the second episode in.
And so that brings drugs into it. I mean, if you're
drugs, they drink, they do drugs sometimes in the games. There have been some romance elements. Actually, one of the girls basically came onto a king and seduced him, and kind of like articulated what she was doing and how she was flirting. And I was like, okay, she's initiating this. It's not even in my
came on to the NPC that you were playing. I mean,
but I would say, honestly, like most of the content ends up being PG-13. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're like literally occasional swears, some content, some contents.
I was listening to some like high schoolers curse pretty good on your I think they're right. I mean,
but I would say again, like it's not, fuckity fuck the whole time.
Oh, no.
It's more
that's so good though.
It's kind of a sporadic, and I would say organic too. Sometimes their reactions to things would be like, holy shit, it's the guy, and they're high school kids. So and the beautiful thing is, like I said at the start of the show, the D&D with high school students cast members were typically kids who were in my media class, who I had developed a relationship. In a lot of cases, like I knew their parents. And I didn't mention this, but I did. I teach at my old high school, and I live in the district. So
do you?
I know a lot of these kids and their parents because I'm a part of the community. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was gonna say, with the streaming these kids, I would presume that you have to have permission to release forms and stuff like that from the parents. So
I have like a basic talent release form. Yeah. And the funny thing is like, as I said, like a lot of the kids are, I keep in touch with them. A lot of them went into the film industry and stuff. So we meet up. Some of them have come and talked to my classes with the current kids and kind of, shared their life journey in the field and the industry. And, so it's, I think in the root of it's a game. And as seriously as I take games, it's still a game. And to the kids who played, in the games, I think I've been very fortunate that the people who subscribe to my channel, who just watch the videos and who comment, have largely, vast majority have been very supportive, and have kept have kept it clean. You know what I mean? Like I haven't had any weird, like creepy people you know what I mean? Which some of the seasons had casts where the majority of the players were girls, and surprisingly, there was not, creepy shit in the comments about the high school girl.
Oh, nice.
Well, yeah.
That's
Yeah. So I mean, I guess.
But I mean, I think
that's
you
part
can
of
set
it.
your moderation on YouTube to filter that
Yeah.
stuff out.
I had
Right.
there's a couple things in the chat. One is, are you from upstate New York, Bill?
No. I was born in Chicago, and I grew up in the Chicago suburbs.
So it's a northern, well, compared to Kentucky, it's a northern deal. Someone was like, you sound a little bit like you've got an upstate accent. And then another one is Austin talking about several things and about vampire, and essentially just saying that it has a lot of sexual activity in the lore and whatnot.
Yeah.
But you guys weren't playing
it was a
Vampire,
game
you were
made for
playing-
adults.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
I would never really feel comfortable running a true White Wolf game for high school kids. I mean, I think I was 19. Let's see, 92. I don't know. Maybe I was like 20 when we started playing it. You know,
Yeah,
it's,
I think
it's
I
a
was
mature.
16
It's a
or-
mature game.
I was 15 or 16 when I was exposed to Vampire, I believe.
I mean, it's mature. It's
I didn't
mature
really
in the.
play it.
I do agree with you, but I think we're circling around two different topics. One being, you an authority figure in a public school.
Yeah.
That's a different ball game than is something
right,
appropriate,
right.
right?
Yeah.
In that arena, of course.
Yes.
Should 15-year-olds? I mean, 15-year-olds are fucking and doing blow. Like, of course they can play a vampire game.
Yeah.
Right. Right. So, I'm gonna go pour some bourbon. I'll be right back.
Is there any do you get any pushback from parents? I mean, I know that growing up,
yeah.
this stuff was in the news on a regular basis. We were like the Satan.
I was during the Satanic Panic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say, growing up in the 80s, I guess I was fortunate because, again, my older brother taught me how to play this game. He ran a lot of games for me and my friends when we were little. And I mean, my dad was a teacher, but before he was a teacher, he was a preacher. And my dad never bought into the Satanic Panic. He thought it was ridiculous. And I don't remember his exact wording, but he just kind of chalked it up as, a witch hunt. And I was really grateful that, my family didn't buy into that stuff. But I remember a trip to Florida. My older siblings live in Florida. And I went to my sister's house. And I had my player's handbook and my DM's guide in my backpack. And I was, had them out reading and stuff. And then it was bedtime. I put them away. The next morning I woke up and I went to find my backpack and I couldn't find it. And I'm looking all over her place. And I'm like, I finally went up to her. I was like, do you know where my backpack is? And I was probably, 12 at this time. And she said, oh, yeah, Michael put it outside. He didn't want those books in his house. So her husband was like a born-again Christian. And he had put the backpack on the patio outside. And that was literally my only personal experience with anything Satanic Panic.
Oh, wow. Well, it does have a lot of images, but it's also a violation that they did. They searched through your stuff. And Florida hasn't changed. They're still banning books.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess I was fortunate to get through that time where that wasn't a problem. I mean, I remember in 4th grade, there was a point at which there were more kids playing D&D on the playground than there were playing soccer or kickball. Like there were just little groups, circles of kids on the asphalt playground, rolling dice on the asphalt, playing D&D. I mean that, and that kind of faded. It was a fad, and a lot of those kids, didn't play after 4th grade. But my core group of friends continued, and other groups of friends continued, and but to that end, socially, there was a lot of stigma. Back in those days, if you played role-playing games, you were just branded as a nerd. And in high school, I basically was a closet gamer. Like, nobody, my girlfriends in high school didn't even know that I played role-playing games. I shit you not. Like, it was buried deep in the closet. Like my girlfriends would ask me, like, how about Saturday night? I was like, I can't. I have a thing that I have to do with my family. And I was literally just going to my friend's house to play games. Yeah. So
you were lying. Good.
I mean,
He's lying.
Yeah, I mean, it was a social stigma that I wasn't mature enough to just face head on at that time, and just say, like, hey, fuck it, I like playing games. I don't care what you think.
Yeah. No, it's true.
That came along in college when I realized that I didn't have to worry about what other people thought of me.
Yeah.
And then you became an adult and realized with the social media revolution that in fact you do need to care what other people think about you.
You do.
Yeah.
You have to care. Do you so you don't experience anything?
No. If anything, I've literally had parents send me thank you cards, like at the end of the school year, saying, like, thank you for getting my kid into this game. He loves it.
It's so important.
At open houses and parent teacher conferences. I mean, because I'm not bullshitting when I say so much of the literal blessings in my life have come from growing up with games. Yeah. So much of it has encouraged my interest in learning and in exploring different things, like history and reading and writing and
I've learned so many cool words from gaming.
Yeah, linguistics. Like my mom, I found an old it was an old progress report. My mom showed these to me. My reading and math scores between first and third grade went through the roof. Like at third grade, I was reading at an eighth grade level, like that kind of stuff. And I think she recognized that this game, for some reason, was good for me. It was educational somehow,
Yeah, you were reading and writing. And do you think that there's a therapeutic? Do you with your dad's group or with the high school group or even the Patreon group? Do you feel like people get any therapeutic benefit or like societal? Like, do these high school kids are the ability to come up with the scenario or like problem solve better?
Empathy.
Yes. Empathize. So empathy for sure. I think belonging to a community, to a group. I mean, even pretty much educationally across the board, there's a big recognition that kids who are involved in some way are more engaged in the learning process. They're more engaged in school. They're socially more comfortable.
They're creating.
Right.
There's so much confidence that comes there.
But I don't just mean gaming. I mean, like, anything. Like, our school has this motto, like, #JustPick2. And it's like, basically pick 2 clubs or 2 sports or a club and a sport. Pick 2 things that you're willing to do outside of your classes that you will be a part of. Because statistically, it's proven that kids who are part of something do better. Socially, emotionally, learning.
And you don't shoot up schools.
Yeah, and I'll tell you that, like I said at the top of the show,
shooting yesterday or today, I think.
Was there? Jesus.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, like I said at the top of the show, man, I have all kinds in my D&D club. I've had, jocks. I've had all the different nerds and geeks and misfits and everybody, and I love them all because at that place, they're able to be part of something. They're able to play. They're able to, there's value in escapism. Some of these kids don't have the best home lives sometimes. And for the 2 hours every week that they're at D&D club, they get to be someone else. They get to be a hero, So I don't know if it's intentional therapy because I'm not a social worker, but I think there are definitely valuable things that you can experience with role playing?
I had 3 things. First, I didn't know there was a school shooting. So to anyone who knew about that or whatever, I do apologize because I know that's a tender subject. My bad for making a joke out about it. However, I am a dark son of a bitch. 2, Andrea accidentally called you Steve. It's because her dad is Steve and she's going to take him to the hospital. And she actually sent a deal in the chat and was like, hey, I am so sorry I called Bill Steve. It's because my dad was on my mind.
I get called a lot of names, like Bob. For some reason, Bob is. People often say like, "Oh, Bob Allan." I'm like, no,
Bob
but
Allan,
that's okay.
Bob Allan.
I'm good.
The third thing is, I don't know if it ever became anything, but a girl that I used to be friends with was doing a kind of photojournalism style documentary thing about the benefits, like the mental health benefits. And actually, Ken, doesn't Maxie do something with this with their therapy?
I think there's role playing in therapy where you like set up scenarios.
I think Maxie was talking about it. But
scenarios.
I hate to interrupt, but I'm about to engage in some sleep therapy.
Holy shit! You came out of nowhere. Wow, you actually scared me. Hulker coming from the darkness, the gray darkness.
Hey, Hulker, it was nice to meet you, man.
Hey, it was nice talking to you too.
Look forward.
Yeah, come back on again sometime.
I'd rather play. I want to play DreadLore now. You guys have me.
Oh,
yeah,
you?
100%. We're going to we're gonna do that.
All right, dude. Good night, y'all.
Peace out, dude.
Peace.
So, would you like to play DreadLore? The PDF for the full core book is available for free on DriveThruRPG.
Nice.
I can send you a link if you'd like to check out that. We would love to have you playing a game.
And we'll do an into space.
So long as you don't straight up just attack him to attack him, Ken. Ken's character likes to chop people in half just to do it.
Yeah, I end up being the forever DM most of the time, but I have been invited to play in some games over the last few years that ended up really being cool because they exposed me to some newer games that I like probably wouldn't have just gone and bought and tried to learn on my own. I am not good at buying a game, reading it, and then learning it and running it. That's not
one is.
Yeah,
no one is. I've never met a person. I've never met a person who's learned D&D from reading the books.
Yeah.
Yeah,
never. People say, "Oh, I've read the DMG." Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
You read the DMG. If you read the DMG for 5th edition, God bless you, because like it's fucking atrocious. 2,
well, it's all over the place. There's no cohesive story there, so it's
you learn from other people. It's a social game.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's a social game. So you're gonna learn DreadLore from us. Yeah, we need to get you on one of these Mondays. Are you ever free on Monday nights?
Monday nights actually are my most free night because the other patron games that I run. So, like I said, I run the vampire game that's private. I run the dads. I run the Lamenters.
Damn.
Yeah. Wow.
You're on 3.
Yeah. Well, so
it's a lot.
When COVID came, I don't do well with downtime.
Yeah.
I can tell. I mean, especially with the amount of content you produce.
Yeah, so we're on winter break right now.
Yeah.
And I'm like losing my mind, you guys. Like I can't handle it. So
it's good this is a 7-hour-long podcast.
I'm in. Yeah, I was at one point, and not one point, I'm talking about for months during COVID, I ran 6 games a week.
Wow.
Shit.
And then I burned myself out and had to take a break for a couple months. But now I've kind of found an equilibrium, and basically I run kind of like 3 games at a time. I get to a good stopping point and we take a break, and then I run 3 other games, So it's fun when I get a chance to play. There's a friend of mine who I met in person at GenCon 50. He was one of the awesome people that I met there. His name's Juice. He has Master of the Game with Juice. And Juice has had me on a few games. The longest running one, I think, was Descent into Avernus. But he also hosted a game on his channel that was run by another guy, Kalinomicon. And that was Monster of the Week. And it was the first time I played Monster of the Week. And that game was fucking awesome. It was rules light, very light.
We're going to slide into rules light here in a second.
It was awesome.
What's Juice's channel?
Swiftbo, Master of the Game with Juice.
Master of the Game with Juice?
Master the Game with Juice. And Juice
Master
is
the Game with Juice.
Yeah, Juce.
Juce. Okay.
Yeah, so I played a few games with Juice. And then another guy who I met through Juice, Draven, ran Alien RPG by Freely.
Oh, interesting.
And that game is also fucking awesome, dude. Like, if you're a fan of that genre, that game, when we talk about mechanics making the fit...
Is it D6? Or does it have its own dice?
It is D6.
Yeah.
It is dice pool. It has
a lot of those games are.
It has a weird... I don't even know how to describe the character sheet. It's got a weird character sheet where it's got like ability scores, and that like in almost like a circle, but then spokes off from those ability scores to associated skills or knowledges. And then you take your pool in that and you roll those dice, and you get your success or failure. And failures mean something. Like they rack up and you get stress points. It's very much, the mechanics very much nurture the alien fear and paranoia and terror that you should feel when you're dealing with
similar to how Call of Cthulhu does it. A lot of those games, those niche is the wrong word. It's like very setting specific games.
Yes.
Kind of like Fantasy Flight games. Work incredibly well for that one nook.
Yes.
And people sing their praises a lot. But when you go into, and this gets into game system theory, not game theory, game system theory, a la The Forge.
Yes.
The idea of when people talk about tabletop role-playing games, we're talking about a whole umbrella of things, right?
Yeah.
DreadLore is a universal system. It's a setting agnostic game, and it sounds like BAM, the BAM system, is setting agnostic as well.
Yeah, in theory it is. I think with each of the variations, I add a few things to make it more, to make it facilitate that specific genre a little more, right? So like with the Western game, I added reputation and I added wanted levels because I think that should matter.
Sure, you have to reskin certain things.
Yeah. And,
these are your splat books right here.
Yeah. With Archons and Acolytes, I will say that the magic system, I think that I have developed for my game is wonderful because it is not Vancian magic.
Okay, so real quick, what the fuck are you talking about?
So basically there are different types of magic. And you can, just as you would with a skill or knowledge, you can raise your ranks in those different types of magic. And the higher ranks allow you to do more potent types of magic within that type of magic.
Reminds me of a game.
It does. And I would be remiss if I didn't credit Mage with inspiring this. But I think where I took it mechanically is also a little different in the sense that I made a difference between spells and effects.
Okay.
So in my game, a spell is something that the caster has researched, practiced, and memorized.
Sure.
Which means when you're casting a spell, it costs less of your magical fuel to cast. Right. No, I'm sorry. That's wrong.
Oh.
It makes the difficulty lower to cast it. Because you've researched it, you've practiced it, you've memorized it.
Question.
It makes the difficulty lower to cast.
Question.
The cost is still the same.
if you so sorry, I was telegraphing, and I thought I knew what you were gonna say, and I did. Let's say you roll, you don't hit the target number. Does the spell fizzle?
So there are degrees of success.
Okay.
There are degrees of failure, and
it's because it's built on the
penalty for severe failure can result in backlash, which can be not just a loss of your magical fuel, right?
Yeah.
But basically a miscast.
It's built on a rubric.
So well for a Harry Potter game.
But
really well.
Rubric.
Yeah, it could. The other thing though is effects, which the difference between a spell and effect is an effect is you just deciding that reality is going to obey your will, and you're going to do this thing even though you've never tried it before. The difficulty is going to be higher because you're basically imposing your will and your understanding of magic over reality.
Is that fiated?
It's conditional. It's not so much fiat, but it's conditional, right? So if what you're trying to do, let's say that for a spell your difficulty is 8, for an effect it's a difficulty of 12. But if you're trying to push your magic beyond one of the 4 categories that build any effect or spell, then it might be a higher difficulty to do that. So let's say, so basically the categories of all spell, basically what's cool about the system is that you can make up your own shit.
Right. Yeah, no, I dig it. And you get the framework for how it works.
Spell, or you can make it up as an effect, and it's all predicated on these 4 categories, which worked out with the whole theory of 4 in my game system. But the 4 categories are impact, range, area of effect, and duration.
Yeah.
So how many points you want to spend inflates each of those categories. And I have a whole bunch of examples because I don't want to say it's intuitive. And I'll be honest, I wouldn't say my game is rules light. It is rules medium.
Yeah, I can see that. There's crunch to it.
Well, and the reason why is this. I hate crunchy games. There's a reason why I never learned fully how to play the game Aftermath, because it was the most elegant post-apocalyptic game ever invented, but it was way too crunchy. What I tried to build with my game system was a nice, streamlined game that provided realism in a game, but also allowed for a good flow and pacing within the game. So it's got enough mechanics to run the game, but it's not rules light and it's not crunchy.
So, for example, as we slide into rules light, because this is a pretty big and
debate.
contentious conversation.
Yeah.
People throw around terms like story, narrative, TTRPG, rules light, these kinds of things. OSR.
Yep.
Although OSR has a little bit more of a feel to it.
Yeah.
Do you want to define some of those terms?
To the best of my ability, but I'll say as a disclaimer that I don't consider myself, the arbiter of the. Yeah, I mean, there's so many fucking people.
I mean, you're definitely an expert, but you don't. It's
right.
not
like OSR by itself. Is OSR old school Renaissance? Is it old school revival? I don't know, because nobody can define that. Maybe it's both. But I think the gist of OSR is you want to play a game that feels like the old days, but it's not necessarily plain AD&D, right? So, there are games that are under that OSR umbrella, and some of them I have played and some of them I run. Lamentations of the Flame Princess is one. But I have openly admitted on many videos that the game is kind of dumb. It just is. Like, it's not a great game design. I play it because it facilitates a certain play style and certain content, but I could easily run the adventures that I'm running in my Lamentations campaign using Palladium Fantasy or fucking any game system.
So let me weigh in on it. For OSR, I think it's all about the look and feel and the headspace.
Yeah.
The mechanics, you could have vastly, widely different mechanics.
Yeah.
I'm going to use as many adverbs as possible in my sentences. So I think the hallmark of an OSR system, which really, my friend Jeff McNeil, he wrote Levied Souls, which is hopefully going to release sometime. He's much more, and he knows Ron Edwards pretty well, the dude with the Forge. I've learned most of what I know about OSR from him, so I'm kind of regurgitating a little bit here.
Sure.
What I understand about it is this. It is a role-playing game, so you're not really immersed. You're playing an archetype of some sort. The goal of the game, of your characters, is rather defined. For example, you're going into a dungeon. It doesn't really matter why. The point is, you accept we're in the dungeon. We're going there. What
Right.
are you doing? You're getting gold.
Yep.
Why are you getting gold? Because it has a reward system. The system does. You get the gold because the gold directly translates into XP.
Yeah.
So you steal the gold, you sneak around in the dungeon, kill if you have to, get out of the dungeon. The game's kind of in a meta element at this point. You don't play the tavern. You sell your shit, now you're back in the dungeon.
Yep.
As an example, and that dungeon could be the high seas, it could be space, it could be whatever. The feel
Yes.
is a predefined, you're in there, you're getting to adventures, it's very strategic, it's
Right.
very puzzly.
Yep.
You can have crunch, you don't have to. But
Yeah.
the feel is like you don't need a reason to be there, you know why you're there. And that's never
Yeah.
questioned.
Yeah.
You're in
I would
hell, you're
agree-
trying to get out of hell. Whatever
I would
it is.
agree with that as a synopsis of the vibe of the headspace. And I will say that, that's kind of how we played D&D up until maybe 6th grade.
Yeah, well,
and
yeah.
other games. It was very mission oriented. We didn't bother with exposition. It was, all right, you guys are entering this dungeon or this cave system, or you're traveling through the wilderness of Khazad Blah to visit the king of the
Elder
of
Beast.
Bleeblop. It didn't really matter. There wasn't a lot of story. It was just a series of almost like episodic adventures. There
Like
was no,
Fables.
there was no interconnection. There was no downtime, right?
But that's because you were experimenting and learning the rules.
I mean, by then
getting
we knew the rules. We'd played
Well,
top
but you were
secret.
getting in and working with the game mechanics at the very
Right.
least. I mean, even if you were experts at the rules, you enjoyed being maybe in the rules system.
Yes.
It was a goal, and you didn't necessarily have the world view of the dynamic nature of people as well.
Right.
I mean, you have to build on stories, and what do you know at that time? You know the cartoons you watch, you know the books that you've read to that date, which are a lot less than, the culture that you have experienced and the life in which you have seen at this point. I mean, I've never had sex with a prostitute in real life, but I certainly have in a role-playing game. It's
right.
it's the
Yeah. I would say, and
Good old
again,
Rebecca.
like, if people want that kind of game, and I've played at tables with those people who don't care about an overarching storyline. They just want to roll dice and kill shit and get treasure. That's it.
Right.
And that's fine. Sometimes that feeds the beast, and you get your fix.
But murder hoboing is not the same as OSR. And that's a little thing that I'm getting into.
Right.
Because
I don't mean you're a murder hobo necessarily, but you could be heroic. You could be good. You could be on, important quests with a little bit of, you've been commissioned by the Lord to do this noble thing. It's not necessarily behavioral as much as it is just the lack of the narrative side of it. But I would posit that OSR experience for a lot of people, like that, I was done with that by like 6th grade. Like we were moving into more advanced storylines and longer, interconnected plots and world lore. And I think, again, if people like that, great for them. But like I kind of abandoned that path long ago, and especially once we got turned on to games like White Wolf and Cthulhu, we never went back to just dungeon crawls for the sake of dungeon crawls. Like
so
even our D&D games became more evolved.
So in essence, Cthulhu, I would argue, is OSR.
I think it depends on how you're playing it. If you're playing it where every adventure, everyone at the end of it is dead or insane, then sure.
Well, then you're playing it right.
Well, you could be playing it right, but what if 1 or 2 of the 6 people or 5 people in that manage to survive?
Then your GM is a big old pussy.
Well,
oh no.
I mean, the game Morkborg, I bought the book.
That's a free league, right?
Yeah, I bought the book because it looked cool and it sounded badass. I've never played it, I've never run it, and I don't know if I ever will.
Same thing with me in Into Space. Not Into Space, in Death in Space.
Yeah, because I don't know, man. Just for me, whether I'm running or playing, I don't want to play a game where I know for sure I'm dead.
You want to invest in a story.
Yes.
Like, you're going to invest so much time and energy into a character.
No, not always.
Okay.
No. So here's the difference. I'm not saying that I expect to play in a campaign and my character is going to live and retire. The opportunity of death should always be present in all games. The opportunity of doom could certainly be present in all games. But what I'm saying is that I also think that I'm attracted to games where at least the opportunity to survive and play and live to fight another day, I want that to at least be present. I want there to be a chance, some odds that I could live through it. You know what I mean?
A wise old man said once, everybody dies.
Yes.
Just, but I think that you want to live happily ever after, or at least you want to have be able to put that character, like you said, frame it up, and like that is it's a trophy.
Sometimes, but some of my favorite characters are also the ones that died. Whether they died a stupid death because of my mistake, or they died because somebody else in the party did a Leroy Jenkins and fucking got us all killed. Like the dead characters are just as legendary sometimes as the ones who live.
Well, and you're getting into narrative. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but I think the point is like there's a difference between a game that features frequent character death versus certain character death.
You're gonna pick up some boxes and throw it down this hallway.
I'm okay with frequent character death, but I'm also a competitive person by nature. I want to win the game that I'm playing, and winning means that I survived.
Okay, so
do you deal with how do you deal with death in a game? I mean, is it just kind of like this person's dead, throw another character together, you're in the next game, or is there?
Let's qualify that on a system, because the system would tell you in a certain way.
Sure.
Oh, is there a certain are different system? I don't know enough about character death.
So I will tell you that I personally tell everyone that I'm playing with in a group, in a game where there is the option of resurrection, that I have a DNR clause. Do not resurrect. If my character dies fair and square, do not resurrect me. That's how I roll. Isn't resurrection like a D&D thing where you could just pull Yeah, but a lot of games have that kind of option where your character can come back from the dead. I don't want that. Like if my character died fair and square, I'm dead. I'll make a new character.
Because they can bring them back.
This is personal preference. right?
Yeah,
And
it's a
you bring
personal
them back,
preference.
I would
and
if
you're a
I
zombie,
ran.
or just you like take me off the ventilator. I'm done.
Yeah, I'm dead.
You know,
I'm dead.
that's
Death is death.
death is death, because
okay.
you lose something like Jon Snow. You lose something when you come back, or
Well, not
you're
necessarily.
not the
If
same
you're doing a
person.
true res, then no, unless you fiat it. As in, like, there are spells in D&D that you're correct, Ken, and the system punishes you. Like, there's different iterations. I'm sure, Bill, you can talk about this more, but like a
I think it should
resurrection,
be.
you lose a level or something.
I feel like in 5e you could just get resurrected at like the local temple. Like it's character death in 5e is a joke.
So this is what I would challenge you, assuming that I was DMing for you, or perhaps arbiting, because the GM is called an arbiter.
I
for
like
a very
that.
specific reason in DreadLore.
Is
I
there
would
all
challenge
jokey?
the fuck out of, like, you would absolutely be resurrected in the game. Someone would resurrect you. I'd make it happen. I wouldn't make it, but I would almost make it. And the
Then
reason is this.
Then if your mechanics didn't already have it in place, I would roleplay that resurrected character as being deeply mentally and emotionally traumatized.
Yes.
Because you fucking died.
Yeah.
And now you're back, and that should be fucking with your head.
I love it. I love it. And that is where DreadLore would go. Because the idea is your character has experienced something, regardless of what it is. And so your character changes. If we're playing D&D, we would have to do it in a different way because the system doesn't work that way particularly. Specifically, if you're going old school, like Planescape, so second ed, the idea of getting a true res, I mean, level 20, you're not going to get to level 20. Yeah. I mean, you're going to be sitting in the planes at like level 10, level 12, maybe, and you got to pull all of your money together to get one true res. You have that disenchantment. I don't know if you guys have watched Disenchantment at all. You have this moment of, do we raise the party member or do we buy the wizard all the spells they need? And, we can live in Sigil for a while, or Sigil if you're a piece of shit and you want to call it that. Like, straight up, what do we do? The moral thing.
Yeah.
I love that. And then if they actually do raise you, it's like, what does that mean? Now you're a fucking paladin or something,
But I think you've just illustrated one of the big points, which is that it shouldn't just be respawning like in a video game. There should be a moral fucking quandary. There should be costs. There should 100%. Be a mental and emotional toll.
It's part of the story.
If you're gonna play a role-playing game, fucking play it. Otherwise, just play a video game.
Well, and to what Ken was saying, why was the Jon Snow thing? Why didn't it land, Ken?
Oh, when he came back?
Yeah.
I mean, it was such a great, it was such a it brought back the beginning, his dad, just he's dead, done, that and the story of being betrayed like that, there are consequences and that stuff is real. Him coming back, I feel like there was some loss, even though we are in that world.
Yeah.
There was loss of the fucking show.
Yeah. Well, and there's truth to that. Like, the show fizzled out. I mean, did I care about seeing? I don't know. After any of it after that moment, I was kind of like out.
Did you read the book?
Think that the show. I read the audiobook.
Yeah, I mean that works. So in the books, here's a big old fucking spoiler for anyone who hasn't read the books. Like, hit mute real quick. 3, 2, 1. Okay. In the show, which you guys probably know, they don't show you. They cut out Lady Stoneheart, who is resurrected and is absolutely terrifying this person. So the spoiler, that's all you guys get, assuming that you haven't read the books for Game of Thrones. Oh my god. It's Catelyn Stark. So when she's murdered from the Red Wedding, they fucking raise her ass. It's just that it's been like 3 or 4 days or something. And it's not the Red Wizard. I forgot the guy's name. Do you know what his name is? It's the dude who lights his sword on fire. Or no, it's not him. It's the guy who lights his sword on fire, the knight that the dude who's with him, who raises him from the dead. Anyway, he raises Catelyn Stark from the dead. They find her body floating naked in a river.
Oh, Thoros.
Thoros.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they raise her from the fucking dead, and she is now Lady Stoneheart. And that's when Brienne of Tarth, she's coming back, and she and I can't remember who it is get captured. And they're fucking, the last scene you have with them is Lady Stoneheart like, you fucking betrayed me. And so she's fucking hanging her. That's the last scene you see is Brienne getting fucking hanged.
Wow.
By Lady Stoneheart, and her throat is cut. So she has to, anytime she talks, lift up her throat to talk. Just this, something is lost.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah. Well,
and that's where Jon
like
Snow will likely be in the book when he comes back.
Yeah.
Something's going to be lost.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's on the one hand, I think to myself, I'm like, how silly are we as a group of people who play games that we go this deep into all of this stuff? But I think people debate this stuff because it's important to them. But I mean, on a personal level, like I used to care, and sometimes, man, I take the bait and I'll comment on some shit, or I'll throw out a hot take. But I think about it most of the time, and I really don't care. Like, I've played in games where people don't have a lot of depth, and it can be fun. I've played in games where people don't have a lot of depth, and it sucks. And I've played in games where people have a lot of depth, and it sucks. You know, like, truly, like, people who are extra about the role playing, and extra about the narrative, to the point where you're like,
it's not fun.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll tell you a criticism that I got running a game for a group of people, and this was an in-person game, maybe 2015, 2016 till about 2018. The first 4 sessions, nobody rolled any dice.
Nice. Yeah,
no skill checks, no combat. It was all role playing. And one of the guys, I'm not going to name drop him because he does have a presence online and a business and a YouTube channel, but he's like, "Hey dude, when are we going to huck dice?" And I was like, it's coming. You got to be I run a slow burn. It takes a little while to get into it, you know. But the truth is that everybody was enjoying it. I was enjoying running it, and we just didn't need to roll any dice for anything that we had done for 4 sessions. And I think you could do that sometimes with the right game, but with the wrong game, you could do that. It just makes it a little harder.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that when we first started playing DreadLore, it was a number of sessions that we rolled. I think we went pretty far into it, and there was no fighting. There was no death. There was actually, I was impressed by how far and how long we were immersed into this, 20, 30 hours into this game, and nobody died. And it was terrifying. And, the first person that died, you lose a little piece of your soul. And you kind of feel that when it's a slow build for that. I feel like that's an interesting story choice that Bill chose.
Well, there's you're talking about the swamp thing, like Andrea's character.
No, I'm just talking about the way the beginning of the piece kind of started. And I didn't. The first murder, it's like I can almost remember that with clarity, because the group killed one of the Blue Hand group, I believe. And
there's a few Easter eggs.
Yeah, but I mean,
these detectives are called 2x2 Hands of Blue.
Yeah.
Cheers.
But to me, like, Jon Snow was. I mean, were we introduced at that point to that one character that the woman kept on healing back at that point in Game of Thrones, where I think he lived in a cave, or I think it was like a vigilante group that went around.
Yeah, that's who we're talking about. Yeah.
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 That's the character that brought him back. So I mean, it wasn't
Melisandre brought him back.
Oh.
The red lady brings him back.
Yeah, the red lady. Oh, so it was a different character.
It's a different character. Another priest of the fucking whatever.
But still, it wasn't entirely unheard of.
No, and in the book, it's a much bigger, it's a much bigger thing. So I wanted to go into rules light because we were defining some terms. What is rules light? By your definition.
I think a game where you can generate a character in less than 5 minutes, where there are not a ton of skills, knowledges, talents, that kind of stuff, proficiencies, where it's just some core ability scores and basic attributes like, your hit points or health or whatever. And you play the game, you get into the game really quick. Doesn't really matter what dice you use. I've seen rules light games that are just a D6, some that are pools, some that are D20, with a very basic mechanical system that usually tends to lean towards binary success. So you either succeed or fail, right? And I think the other thing too is like rules light tends to be a small book or a PDF, something that's like 50 pages or less.
People have a big old heart on over it.
Right. And there are people like, okay, Professor DM, of Dungeon Craft, huge channel.
Yeah, he won't review my game, and I'm a little bit mad about him.
I follow a lot of people in the community, and it's not always because I agree with them. It's because I like to see a variety of perspectives. You know what I mean? That's how I kind of try to form a balanced view on things. In fact, some of the people that I follow, like, in the wrong crowd could get me canceled. Like I follow who some people might consider edgelords. I don't really give a fuck. I follow them not because I agree with everything that they say.
I'm not sure I know what an edgelord is.
Yeah, you're definitely outside of my geekdom status.
What's an edgelord?
So
I've heard the term. I've argued it against it, but what is it?
Have you heard of the RPG Pundit?
Nope.
Casimir Grim Jim. So there's a bunch of people, and a lot of them are in the OSR. And they tend to be, they're very anti safety tools,
because we're not on Twitch. They're incels basically.
Yeah, some of them have that vibe, right? So, like, they're the kind of people who are like, they're trying really hard to seem badass. And
yeah, they're the Tyler Durden special, according to.
Yeah, but in a geek sort of way.
Yeah.
But I mean, I follow a lot of these people because a lot of them present very interesting thoughts or opinions on things that give me food for thought. And it doesn't mean that I agree with them, but like, I feel like in this current culture with social media, like, you could get canceled for following someone who is a bad person.
Which an echo
right. I fundamentally disagree with. Like, I've discovered people on Twitter who I see in other threads of people I follow, and then I'm like, oh, that's curious, and I go to click on them, and I find out I'm blocked by them, and I'm like, I don't even know who that person is. Like, why would I be blocked by them? I don't consider myself particularly edgy. I'm basically like a middle-aged dad who's a nerd. So But whatever. So I think that a lot of people bag on rules light because it's too simplistic. Or even in my own case, and again, I've never claimed that I'm always right. Sometimes I say things and then I end up retracting them because I've learned new information. And I feel like that is what a reasoning, logical person should do.
No, you should always be right.
I have a big enough ego as it is. But you know, I mean, like I bagged on rules light because, in my opinion, I was like, I just don't see how rules light games can lead to a long running campaign with a lot of immersion and a lot of depth. I just didn't feel like the lack of system and the lack of mechanics could facilitate a long running campaign. And I was corrected by a lot of people who brought up a lot of good points. So it made me
I
think,
completely agree with you, and I disagree with them. So convince me, please.
well, it's not so much convince as it is just the recognition that, and this is something that I figured out post White Wolf, you know, somewhere in the 90s. And I'm going to preface it by saying that I don't want you to assume that I'm an egotistical prick.
No disclaimers, sir. Go.
Okay. Because it comes off as kind of prickish, but
Good.
I truly believe, maybe I'm self-deluded, but I truly believe that I'm capable of running the best game that you've ever played without even using dice if I needed to. And I've tested this theory.
Here's a question.
In
Let
the
me
90s,
interject.
I came up... Okay.
Let me interject. Could you run... Would you agree or disagree with this statement? Horror genre is one of the hardest to run.
You mean for normal people?
Anyone in general. Anyone. I mean, obviously there's exceptions to the rules.
I would say it's harder than a lot of other genres.
Okay. Horror is difficult.
It is. Because
Could you run...
For horror to be effective, even as a book or a movie, you have to push people's button. That's the whole point.
Could you run a horror game, a successful horror game, using the Monopoly rules?
It is a horror game. Come on. There's no winning the Monopoly. It's literally a horror game. The way it's played, it's made. The Monopoly is made for people to go bankrupt. That's the goal.
That game is one of the reasons why my wife doesn't like to play games.
Yeah.
Could you run?
Can I go back just before that question?
I actually do. I do actually want an answer to that question.
Yeah, the answer is yes. I could. I came up with a game system in the 90s called Infinity: the almost diceless role-playing game, wherein the only rule was anytime you adjudicate anything, it should be done through a conversation, and if you can't agree between the player and the GM, you roll 1d10. And if they roll a 6 or higher, they succeed. That was it. Everything else was just a conversation. And we played it and it worked. Was it amazing? No. But the point is that, like, I kind of think that even with a system that's broken, that has a lot of flaws, you can run a good game if you know how to work around them.
Write it down, put a setting on it, slap rules light, and make some fucking money. Ken, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying that a suspense horror is literally the hardest film to make. Like, to get somebody into that setting, and to tell that story. I mean, comedy horror is easy, bloody horror, you know, there's a billion other different forms of horror, but that getting people to have real terror by anticipation and through storytelling is very difficult to do.
Yes. I think, you know, on the topic of rules light and horror, I think you could do both of those things. I think you could do a horror with a more complex system as well.
Sure.
But I do think that the principle behind that has to be a covenant between the group. And I don't use safety tools, not because I'm opposed to them, but you guys understand that that's an ongoing debate, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We discussed it last episode.
I don't use safety tools because I don't need to, because I know the people I'm playing with. But if you go to a random game store, you go to a convention, you're going to play in or run a game. If you use safety tools, all it is a contract between people deciding that what content they're comfortable with and what content they're not comfortable with. Fair. I don't really care, because if somebody gives me a safety tools sheet, I'm going to put down, do whatever the fuck you want, I'm fine. Truly. And I have trauma in my life. I don't have a fucking bumper sticker on my car or hashtags on my Twitter profile, but I have a lot of shit in my life, but I don't care. It's a game. Do what you will. Push my buttons. Terrify me. Fine. But I do think that whether it's with an actual sheet like safety tools or just a conversation between adults saying, hey, we're going to play a horror game. Some shit's going to get horror because it's horror. Are you cool with it?
People are all about contracts and shit. Go ahead, kid.
Well, it's like the guy Adam, what's his last name? Adam
Coble.
Freaking Cobalt. Yeah, it's like he and for a while, I mean, I blame the reason why that show he had to quit and that show got canceled. It's because of a lack of safety tools. Like, they were in an environment where they were working together. I'm guessing, I don't know if they were paid or not paid. I watched the clip. I didn't think that he did necessarily anything wrong, but because it was an environment where you put some strangers in and they were role-playing games just to role-play.
What happened to Adam Coble?
So Adam Coble was the darling of the industry for a while. He was actually on several of the GenCon stages when we did live streaming. And then he wasn't, because in one of his live streamed games on Twitch, he had a moment where he was the GM and it was kind of the conclusion of this campaign. And an NPC went up to one of the characters and basically put a chip into this cyborg character, and it gave her an orgasm.
Ken, we did talk about that.
She was not comfortable with that, but instead of discussing it as adults and dealing with it, she went public with it, and he got canceled.
But I mean, if in watching it, I couldn't tell if she wasn't comfortable with it in the moment or if she understood what was happening. I think that the other characters understood it before she knew what was happening.
Yeah.
But I don't even think any of that is even. It doesn't matter. That part doesn't matter. I think the part that matters is what you said before. It's a group of people that didn't necessarily trust each other, so they couldn't have that experience.
Right.
So it's unfortunate.
But to be clear, it wasn't a pickup game. This was the same cast of people playing in the game, so they knew each other.
So
but apparently they didn't trust each other, and I think that's a good point that you make.
Did she self-destruct the game?
Yeah, she blew him up and the game.
Did she become more popular?
They're done.
No, they're all done. No,
that's just a bad business move on her part.
I mean, she attracted the people who like to commiserate, and
I haven't seen it, so I don't know. What I can say is this: in my own whatever, we have 87 followers on YouTube. Okay, so we're kind of a deal.
Yeah.
Anyway, way before that, when we had 20 followers, subscribers on YouTube or Twitch or whatever the fuck it's called, I was running a D&D game called Richmond Fae. It was in the Planescape arena. And it's unfortunate Andrea's not here because it has to do specifically with her. And also Drizzle, who's another cast member who jumps in every so often. Has to do with him too.
Not me. I was not around.
Nah, well, you were around, you just weren't in the game.
Nope, because I was.
The point is this. In the storyline, there was a moment, we'll talk about Drizzle for a second, since he's not here. There's a moment where his character, a guy named Poe Papillion, who's a halfling trickster kind of dude. Was he a halfling? I think he was a halfling. He wasn't a gnome. He was a halfling. Had created sort of a friendship, a relationship with this other character, an NPC. And the NPC was a warlock, and so they have like a dark, sordid past as it is. Named Melalel. That's her name, Mel. And as it turns out, Melalel was a lot older than Poe, but they had like almost a familial. Was it like, what was their connection? Was it something loving? Yes. Was it intimate or not? It was yet to be determined what that relationship was going to be. But the point is, Poe he loved this character. And Melalel was in love with Poe, right? Okay. Long story short, Melalel is dying. Now, I know this as the DM. She's going down because she's done the magic she's not supposed to do because of her Warlock Pact bullshit to save Poe, etc. No one knows it. She goes up into the room to fucking die, right? Of course, out of game, the players know what's going on, but in game, they don't. And it's a really good group of characters, so they're finding ways to find out. Really big moment. Session ends. Cliffhanger. What's going to happen? Within that week, one of Drizzle's family members actually dies. A female. I won't talk too much about it, but someone actually dies in his family who he's very close to. And I have this moral problem, right? What to do? Like, Drizzle's one of my best friends, but what do you do? Because now you're in the D&D space. Now you're in the gaming space. You're rolling dice, success, failure, all these things. Is there a point where you're getting sadistic? Right? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's a situational decision, and I guess it comes down to the depth of the relationship and the level of trust, and if you think the person can handle it.
Well, I fucking killed her straight up, and this is how I did it. I was like, you go up there, and her goddamn soul's being eaten.
Yeah.
And she's basically that person. But I talked to Drizzle, and I said, look, are you okay? And this was, we went upstairs and everything. We're both like drinking beer, and we talk. And it is this amazing moment where he's sitting there actually tearing up because his character is able to deal with the death. And as a person, he told me afterwards, he was like, in a kind of like what we were talking about earlier, it was a therapeutic moment. I was actually able to talk to this person. So there's a lot of trust there. Now, there's a way of not dealing with this, or there's a way of dealing with this in a very bad way as well.
Yeah.
A non-empathetic way. It sounds like maybe that's what happened.
Yeah,
to this Adam guy.
I'll say that when we were kids, we did a lot of evil, shitty things to each other in the game that were just manifestations of boys vying for power, and you know what I mean. My friend group was fraught with all the drama that you would have with, groups of prepubescent and adolescent boys.
Of course.
And I mean, there were times where we were outright cruel. One of my buddies' favorite character, like his longest living D&D character, probably like 9th level, died. We stopped the game. The DM took his character sheet. We went outside and we made a funeral pyre and we burned his character sheet. And he was literally crying.
Jesus.
Why did we do that? like, you know what I mean?
Because it mattered. It mattered between the group. That's the thing.
It was evil, but it was also fucking. But it was hurtful to him. We didn't have the emotional maturity to, like, realize what that meant.
Oh, you weren't commiserating. You were like, fuck his character. We're burning that shit.
Yeah. Well, because he was, he was kind of an anti-hero. Like, the way he played his character was, kind of a dick. And he was the guy who would, like, steal party treasure on the sly every time he could. And you know what I mean? So when Yemen finally died, we were like, yeah, fuck Yemen. And we burned him. Which, I look back on that, I'm like, that's terrible. That was just
no, that's perfect. That's perfect.
But I mean, I just think that it's like any relationship dynamic and friend group. If you're playing games, I think the best way to play games is with people that you feel like you have a rapport with, that you have relationships with, and that you have trust with. And if you can do that, yes, you can push buttons. You can, take things to a deeper level. You can get more immersive.
Yes.
I don't think I would go that deep, though, if I was running games for strangers at a convention or a game store. Because I just don't think that without that relationship, without that rapport, I don't think that it would work as well.
It's dangerous, and that's the reason why you get close. So I watch UFC and that kind of stuff. I find it really interesting with, like, prize fighting and all that, how you can have people that, like, two people that fucking despise each other.
Mm-hmm.
And they literally beat the shit out of each other, the tar out of each other.
Yeah.
And then it's all good. And they hug. And there's this kinship that develops. And I think maybe a reason that it happens, perhaps it's testosterone, if you're talking about dudes. I think it's because it's dangerous, because it's the reason that we compete in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
A lot of times competition is demonized, and a lot of times competition is bad because it's an other mentality. It's an exclusive mentality. However, if you're with a group of friends and you always play with kids' gloves, you're a bunch of fucking pussies.
I agree.
And I don't mean that in a way of I'm a big old man, because I'm not. I'm 5'9", right? Like, I'm not a big old man. But the fact is, there has to be a danger. You have to be able to extend the limits and trust your people. Otherwise, you don't have a real relationship.
Yeah.
You have a pussy-ass relationship.
Yep.
You've got to be able to trust each other. Now, are my words going to piss people off? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'll piss them off. They can go, and I understand that. I understand people getting mad and all this stuff. However, that is exactly what I'm saying. It's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, it goes back to trust. If people trust you, you can play without the kids' gloves. I mean, those people hug because it's not personal. They're both making money after.
No,
that
it is
fight.
personal. It is personal.
No,
and they are going full bore trying to kill each other. Because if they're not, they're going to get knocked out. There is
that's true.
Nothing safe other than the fact that
they're also owned by the same people who do the WWE, and that's all fake. So
okay, are you saying UFC is fake?
No, I'm not saying it's fake. I'm just saying that there is a story that people tell that they,
fair.
They hype up that stuff more than, like, if they were just two people, like, working out at a gym, like, they wouldn't care. It's because they got to hype up the fight. They got to sell the tickets. They got to.
I agree. I think you have a point.
They got to put you into a frenzy and make you insane about watching some people hurt each other.
I think you have a point, except I also think that while you are right in a certain area, you're missing the point in another. There's a reason that brothers, just to pull an archetype, fight. You gain nothing else. Some of these people that I'm talking about, their careers are over after they lose.
Sure.
So they're not. They're winning money, but at no point
destructive. We are
at
fragile
no point.
People.
At no point is a testosterone, egotistical maniac who wants to jump into a ring and beat the fucking tar out of someone going to be cool with being like, oh, my time's up, I'm good. None of them want to quit. There's like
Right.
2 that have like actually quit. It doesn't matter how much money you're giving this motherfucker. You're gonna be rich for life. They still want to be the top dog.
Sure, and it's the nature of the type of human they are. I mean, it's not my nature. I don't even want to see it when I go to a place.
It is your
and
nature.
I see UFC.
It is.
Yeah, when I see UFC on there, when I see something violent on YouTube, I don't want to see it.
You don't want to see it
somebody hurt.
because
and I look away. I really it's I don't have an interest in it, and I think we exploit a lot of things that you maybe that is a human nature thing, but I think a lot of people gravitate towards that, and I think that people can bully others because of it, and
You mean in the ring, or do you mean out in the like the
just
arena
in the real life? Like, I think people see
Absolutely.
violence
100%.
and stuff like that,
100%.
and they latch onto it, and they see they're bigger than somebody else that is smaller, and they will
But that's a
hurt
different
somebody
issue.
for no reason.
That's a different
It
issue.
is a different issue, and it's I'm not saying that it's the cause. Just like the fuck the police song. I don't think people would hear that song and literally necessarily. I don't blame that song, like having people go out and shoot police officers, but that happened too for a long period of time.
Right.
So I mean, I think there's a balance for all of this, and I think it's a welcome discussion. But I'm not.
What
gonna
I'm saying is,
agree
there's a
with you.
point. There is a point where you have to test your limits, and to test your limits, you can't be a pussy.
Right, but
you have to be willing. If you're gonna engage in what I'll just say as a blanket, whether it's horror or just a deeper immersive kind of narrative game, you have to be open to experiencing that deeper set.
That is a much better way of saying.
Well, I mean, but here's the thing:
that happens.
Could be considered horror by some people, right? Like if you make it really gritty, a post-apocalyptic game can be terrible. Like, dude, look at like all of the Mad Max movies, not all, the first two. Or like the Book of Eli. There was like
I love that movie.
Terrible shit that happened in those movies. But that's the nature of that genre.
You gotta go there.
If you're gonna play it. Otherwise, don't.
Right.
Yeah, and that's the nature of choice. Like, I don't watch certain things because I don't want to see it. And theater of the mind is one thing.
Absolutely.
Theater of the mind is one thing. Like, I don't go to a bar where I know people get in fights every night and pick a fight. They don't want to get.
What do you gain? You don't gain.
I gain nothing. I gain zero things. I like playing in a horror podcast where I get to fuck a prostitute and then get out of bed the next day. I think that's fine.
Although your character did get crabs.
Or give crabs. I mean, there's no telling where the crabs.
Austin, I wanted to mention what the chat said. Austin says, effectively method acting characters different from yourself is probably pretty good empathy training.
Yeah.
And
that's largely true. It's teaching you how to put yourself in someone else's shoes that isn't natively you.
I don't wield the laser sword and cut people's heads off. I just don't do that.
Dolby Newbin. I love that character. Although attacking Archangel, I think it was you knew he wasn't coming back the next session, or he would, or I knew that was that player.
No, it wasn't attacking. It was
big. It's near the end.
It wasn't attacking. It was just like you needed a cliffhanger. You needed to bring the energy level up a little bit. You needed to You're right. No, I mean,
you're right.
You needed something. It's and we had a really good after hours that you disappeared for a lot of that conversation.
Well, my roommates. My roommates' mom and sister are in town, and they were like, "Hey, we cooked you dinner," and I was like, "Fuck!" Austin also says, after you've actually been in a fight with another man, you will have an instinctual understanding. Both of you know that you're willing to fight, and you know who will win. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
talking
I've
about actual
definitely had-
fights. He's had. in his
I've
life.
had actual fights with actual people many times in my life, and I hated it. Was terrible. It's always terrible. And like, do you learn something? Yeah. Don't get in a fight. That's what I learned. Like, I don't want to.
It depends on the fight. You know, like UFC, it's like you said. I'll agree with you on this. At whether it's there's
hurts your hand.
a stage or not, a staged idea of like the promotion, not the actual fight. There are rules.
Sure.
You know, these guys are fighting with rules. Like, you could die, but that's different than being on the street and fighting someone, and they pick up a metal pipe and hit you in the head.
Yeah.
There's a difference there. We're talking about two different things.
And so I mean, fighting is in real life is definitely
To be
not a
avoided.
good idea.
Yeah.
I mean,
Avoid that at all costs.
it's
So we
not a
hit
goal.
rules light. Fucking DreadLore. So the book is enormous. It's like 494 pages.
Wow.
Now granted, that's because
Good
it's
pictures.
a 7x10 book, whereas a D&D book is, I want to say 8.5 by 11. So that does change the page count. A D&D book, one of them, has around 300,000 words, which makes any edition, the core part of the edition, the 3 books, around 1 million words. So if you want the game of D&D, you got the monster manual. Even if you cut that out, fuck that. 600 to 700,000 words to play that fucking game. This is an edition of D&D, any of them.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are predicated on the previous one, but we'll give that to them. 600,000 words. DreadLore is around 200,000. It gives you, the core book gives you an entire setting. It gives you rules for making your own setting, and it's written in a way that's, I think, compelling to read. Plus, it has art and all that stuff, and it's a smaller sized book. So, you can use it to beat the shit out of people, because it's a weighty fucking hardback. And you can use it to reference. One of the ideas was that actually the co-creator, when he and I were making it back in the day, although that is not this version, I dare say, because this person did not help. But at the time, I will attribute credit where credit is due. This person and I decided we wanted one core book. We didn't want to do the D&D thing and have multiple books that give you extra rules. We'll have splat books, sure. Build out different settings and such. But once you have the book and you know the system, you get the idea, you can be like, oh, I see what you're doing. And you can use it. Just like with D6, just like with D20. Once you understand the core mechanic, you know what it requires. But I think the book in and of itself is good. And I don't want to go too much into this, the mechanics, because it's fucking boring and whatever. The idea, though, is you are going to play your character sheet. Your character sheet is very important. Bill, tell me this. As you started gaming really young, when you make a character, I'm not talking about in a new set or a new system. In a system do you use the prescribed character sheet, or do you just write it down on paper? Or something else?
I've done both. I think when I write it down on paper, I manage to fit everything onto one page, because I cut out a lot of the shit that doesn't matter, right? So if it's D&D, I write out my main stuff that I need and my equipment, and I'm done, and it all fits on one page in a notebook. But I have for not the games I run, but for the games that I play in that tend to be online, where I'm playing in a an online campaign with people, I'll have the form fillable character sheet because it's just easier because I'm on a computer already, so I don't have physical stuff. But I do think there's a difference between a tactile physical character sheet versus something that's on a screen. But I'm not that much of a purist where it matters.
I noticed that when we were playtesting, even when we were playing other systems, my friends would write their character sheets. Like, there's always the one person who's like, I got my new tablet, and they throw down digital stuff. But most of my friend group, they write out their character sheets because they know the layout they want, they know how they want to do it, and all that stuff.
Yeah,
the reason I mentioned that,
not using your
the reason I mention it is this: in DreadLore, the character sheet matters in so much as it's less about your numbers. So we were making one of the guest stars, or the last guest star, was a guy named Archangel. He was a big supporter, one of the top tier supporters of the Kickstarter. And in making his character, he was asking, in the stats, there's four main stats called aspects. And they're a brawn, mind, grace, and wits, right? He was like, okay, and he's a big board gamer and video gamer. So he obviously said, I know who my character is, but how to proficiently build this character based on this system. What are the implications of putting a 4 rather than a 2? How is that going to fuck me, For example, in Vampire the Masquerade, I played a Lasombra, so you got Dominate. It was Dark Ages. And I chose to not power game, so I did not put my generation down to 8. I was like, it's cool, I'll just keep it at 10. And here's the problem with Dominate in old world. If you're a lower generation, literally that entire power does nothing.
Yeah.
So it's
great on humans, but you can't dominate somebody who is older than you, basically.
Exactly. So, period, hands down, this power's done. And that's a huge fuck up on my part for the rest of the game. It became like a trope. So he was asking these questions, and I said, look, you make those choices based on what you think, which stats you think you're going to be using the most.
Yeah.
He said, cool, but mechanically, how does it affect things? And the way it mechanically affects things is very, very light. Because the mainstay of the system are your traits, your character traits, which you gain by doing stuff. You always gain more. They're your resources. The traits are actually where the power is. And the reason for that is so that when I say, hey, Ken, what is Nord Zetterberg doing in this situation? He can look at his character sheet and say, well, I know as a player what I want to do. How do I attribute it to my character? I'm going to bid this trait. And perhaps there's dice rolled, perhaps there's not.
It depends on the scenario and the situation, and if it's something that they would just be able to do, but once you bid, one of the things that I was like, once you bid a thing that you're kind of good at doing, that resource is gone, and so eventually you're gonna run out of things to do, or you roleplay,
which is the point. Now, the crunch comes in. Let's say you do need to roll dice. Then there's a lot of agency of, okay, well, how do I get extra dice? How do I get bonuses? How do I get re-rolls? And that's in the hands of the player entirely. But until you actually throw down, which means throw down your dice, it's all in the world of narration. You pop down into mechanics, deal with it, use your character the entire time, you're back into the story. And that's the idea. This sort of back and forth.
There's no way to play the character without having it written down because it's just too many adjectives to remember and mark off. Like once you use that resource.
And I'd say that's a negative of the system. There's a lot of erasing.
Yeah. I mean, it like the way that my little laser printer goes, I got a player sheet that I got to erase and print out a new one every so often because like the ink goes away.
I mean, there's a reason why I made a video about how to be a prepared player, and I mentioned what most people would consider common sense, but I said pencils, not pens.
Yeah, no, we got
if you're using paper, you need to, and I mean, I think any game system, if it works with fewer rules, and the purpose of it having fewer rules is to facilitate a smooth flow and continuity and good pacing for the game, that's great. That's great. I mean, it's the same reason why I think that, suggesting to GMs that they don't always make people roll for every single thing they want to do to keep the pace going, right?
Bill,
but then you also have to take
thoughts.
notes and write things down as well. Yeah. I think that's cool.
We'll give you the last word. Last thoughts wrapping up. We've talked about a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Your system, I wanted to highlight a little bit. So it's called the BAM system. You got Ruins and Remnants, Archons and Acolytes for Magic, Infamy and Honor, this Western one. Are you releasing those anywhere? Are they released anywhere?
Not yet.
And if you want to do a play testing with this.
Yeah, I've been play testing some of these things for years. And even the Western, which is the most recent project within this realm, is continuing to be play tested. I'm so particular about making sure that my system works before I release it. That
you never release it.
I'm stuck in that loop that a lot of
hard to finish.
Creators are stuck.
There are 6 editions of D&D, arguably 7.
Yeah,
release the motherfucker.
I think that also, it's close. If I had to guess, it's possible that I would launch in 2024.
It's also one of those things. I'm a filmmaker, and as a filmmaker, I'm sure you know this. The last step, saying when it's done, is so hard. It's like you frame fuck it and you frame fuck it, and then.
So Ken does Couchfire Media. Actually, that's a good connection. Why did that not just connect to me? You guys should work together, since you actually are rather close. I'll let you guys talk. But Ken is a badass editor.
From
He's a badass editor.
It's always fun to be online, and I am always looking to make content.
A good, very solid director and writer, by the way. Anyway, we talked about your system. We talked about these 3 things. Many ideas here. Whew. Last thoughts are yours, Bill.
I mean, I just want to say I'm really glad that we connected. There's a lot of topics, I think, that we touched on that hopefully people will find informative and valuable. I think some of the biggest things that we touched on, specific to how games work, mechanics, the flow of a game, how much rolling needs to happen, that kind of stuff. The things that you guys shared about DreadLore definitely have my interest piqued. I'm hoping that you'll let me jump in on a game and give it a try. Because I think that I guess on a closing comment level, for anybody to become good at anything, you have to do the thing, right? Like, and I'm fairly confident that after 45 years, I know some things about games. I don't know everything about games. I'm still learning. And I think that if you have an open mind and you're willing to try things and give it a shot or give it multiple shots, you can find a lot of beneficial things and a lot of great experiences. And probably the biggest reason why people play games is you can also find a lot of good people. And I'm glad that I connected with you guys and that you guys invited me on the show. Thanks. I mean, it's been an amazing discussion of many topics. But yeah, I'm grateful that we connected, and I think what you guys are doing is really cool. I think that DreadLore, at least, you know, from what you're describing, sounds like a game system that really actually facilitates a deeper experience, which I'm all about.
Well, fucking A, man. We would love to have you back on, and we need to decide a Monday that you can jump on the Red Writ or Into Space, likely Into Space. That'd be awesome. You could actually try it, DreadLore.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
We might even have Ken run it.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
It'd be something completely different if I ran it.
Ken, you want to do the outro?
Okay, I guess so. I can do that. You know, things.
To the audience, thank you so much. Austin, thanks for jumping on. Of course.
Bill, yeah.
Thank you for jumping on, sir, at the end there. And Eric Stearns, we appreciate you guys kicking ass in the chat.
Yeah, and this has been the Geeky Gamer Podcast. Thanks to our Patreon members, Tim Roberts, Daniel Holker, and Nostalgic. Thanks for the art and media production, Couchfire Media, and thank you to Trois Replay Productions for everything else.
Whoever they are.
Story. And all that stuff. And special thanks to our guest tonight, Bill Allan.
Bill Allan.
Who very, very cool. And
Bill Allan.
The notorious Bill. I look forward to hearing and talking more in the future. Everybody, good night, y'all.
Bye.